Greetings everyone, welcome back for some more fun. I know you're all dancing, right?
We're living on a disk, floating through space, with a tiny sun.
Hey, I'm FTFE and welcome back to the channel that does to stupidity what Jesse Pinkman did to Gail Whitaker. Yeah, currently rewatching Breaking Bad with the wife. It's amazing television. Anyway, thank you everyone for joining tonight for another discussion. Normally on a Monday I go over to the Discord server, but that's been moved to Wednesday today because I have been challenged to debate by someone that I don't think many of you would have seen before. Let's introduce him. This is Waleed from the channel Eyes Wide Open. Waleed, welcome to the channel. How are you doing?
I appreciate you having me on. I'm doing well. I'm blessed by God greatly, and I just want to dedicate this conversation in the name of the Most High, the one true God. We start in His holy name.
Excellent. I appreciate you contacting me. Lately, it's few and far between the flat earthers actually come to me for debate. Maybe they've watched many of the others, but I do appreciate you contacting me. Waleed has written a 1,200-page book called The Flat Earth Manifesto, which is a combination of 8 years' work, I think you were telling me.
Well, research on and off. Like I said, it was really the writing process took me about 2 years, but I came to Flat Earth when I was 16. I'm 22 now, so within that time period, all of that was just me gathering information for what I knew had to be a massive book written on the issue.
Okay, I've dropped the link to the Flat Earth Manifesto in the chat there. It is a Google Drive link you can download and have a look at the book that Waleed has written. We're going to have a discussion about some of the points that Waleed has raised. Obviously, it's a very large book with a lot of points, so we might not be able to get to them all. But if we don't cover everything today, Waleed, you're welcome to come back and continue this conversation on another day. So, yeah, let's just get on with it. What I thought would be the best thing to do is maybe just give you 10 minutes to maybe introduce yourself, explain how you came to Flat Earth, and go through some of the points that you bring up in your manifesto that we could discuss. How's that sound?
Certainly. So my name is Waleed Naeem, and I am ethnically a Pakistani Punjabi, but I was born and raised in Canada, so I'm pretty much culturally Canadian. And really, my journey to Flat Earth, it started with when I came to the Quran at the age of 14. God put the faith and made it fair and good in my heart. I decided that I was going to follow this book until the day I die. And on that quest, seeking after truth, I came to this great truth of the flat earth, and this just completely confirmed my faith in the Quran, which was already there. I believed in the Quran. And then when I saw the scriptural statements, what God was saying about the nature of the heavens and the earth and how it actually matches with what is demonstrable, what I can see with my own eyes, I knew I could never look back, that, you know, all of my friends, pretty much most of my family, all of my respect would be lost in public. You know, my chance for really having a career, any respectable career, or what's respectable in people's eyes, that would never be a possibility, and I would just have to continue following this truth and see where it takes me. And then that eventually led me to writing the book. Oh
Excellent.
yeah, and also
So,
just to explain a few more things about me, my
yeah.
ideological position is I am a Quran alone Muslim, or a sola scriptura Muslim, where I reject the. For those of you who are familiar with the Islamic religion, you probably know about the Hadith. I reject the authority of the Hadith, and I see it as a man-made interpolation which has been inspired by the Shaitan, and I just follow the word of God alone.
Okay. For me, I tend not to bring God into the discussion because I just don't think it's relevant. But if it's something you want to discuss today, that's absolutely fine. So why don't you just take, like I said, take 10 minutes and just go over some of the main points that you feel we could discuss that are covered in your manifesto. Again, if you guys watching would like to have a brief look over the manifesto, the link again is being put in the chat right now. It's a Google Drive link, so free to have a look at. There you go. So I'm going to pass the mic over to you for the next 10 minutes. Feel free to bring up any of the points that you feel are relevant for a discussion about the flat Earth. Over to you.
Yes. Okay. So we'll start off with this. I think most of these flat Earth debates, most of the flat Earthers, they get caught up in a trap where it's them, they're trying to quote unquote prove their model, and almost like the underlying assumption of the debate is that basically if the flat earther can't answer every single question that comes on the globe earther's mind, therefore the globe earth is true. The globe earth is like the default position that everybody falls on. And I don't want to continue this debate or go forward in this debate with that kind of a mindset. I personally believe that flat earth should be the default assumption, and it should be the globe earth presenting its evidence trying to prove that wrong. And the reason I say that is this is the first proof in my book, and that's our unmanipulated experience tells us the Earth is flat. So if it wasn't for NASA, if it wasn't for what I was taught in school, if it wasn't for any of that, if it wasn't for what you've been taught, all of us, we experience a flat and non-rotating Earth. I've never felt the Earth move. I've never seen any curve at all. I've never seen anything other than the heavens, the sun, moon, and stars moving above me. I see them moving. The sun is here, then, a couple of hours later it's over there, then a couple of hours later it's setting. It seems like everything is geocentric or relatively geocentric, so I have really no reason to believe anything else. So the burden of proof really lies on the globe earther trying to disprove what my senses readily experience. And I prove this as well in the book that the majority of the ancient world, they all believed the earth was flat and stationary. And really, it was just a bunch of mystical, lunatic philosophers that came up with this idea that the earth is a globe, specifically Pythagoras and Plato and their mystery schools. But other than that, the majority of people believed the earth was flat and stationary. This has been the standard model of creation since time immemorial. So I have no reason to doubt that, or I have no reason to doubt that unless you bring me something compelling. And so far, I have not received anything compelling from the globe earther. So that would be my first proof, that our unmanipulated experience tells us the Earth is flat and stationary.
Okay. Please carry on. Like I said, you've got 10 minutes to bring up as many points as you like, and then I'm writing down what you're saying so we can go back and discuss it afterwards.
Yes. The next point, second point in the Flat Earth Manifesto in the argument section, is that the surface of water is flat and level. There is no measurable or visual curvature to any water, any body of water at all, at all. Water is so flat, it is so level that builders, they use these water spirits or these water levels to literally define what flat means when they're trying to make their structures as flat as possible. So my question is, if this water spirit is completely flat, okay, we have one water spirit with zero curvature, okay, let's say we add another one. Okay, so now we have 0 plus 0, it's still 0 curvature. Let's say we added as many of these water spirits as we could till we have the span of a lake or an ocean or a sea or something like that. How many times would you have to add 0 together in order to get anything bigger than 0? No, 0 curvature plus 0 curvature equals 0 curvature. Because water is flat, I am therefore forced to the conclusion that the Earth is flat, stationary. And you might as well call me a flat waterist at that point.
Okay. All right.
Point number 3 is that as I rise up in the sky, the horizon flattens out and levels out and rises with me as I go up. Again, this is completely contradictory to what the globe claims. I don't see any curvature. When I rise up as high as I've been, as high as anybody can really be on a civilian level, when you are looking with the naked eye, you see an earth that levels out and it just extends out. It's as the Quran says that God made the earth as a carpet, and it's like a carpet that is rolled out. And again, because that is what my eyes see, I don't have any other reason to believe anything else, and especially after the fraudulent attempts for NASA to prove something else. I mean, these are clearly frauds. These are clearly photoshopped images, even admitted by them. This just makes me even further convicted that the Earth is flat and stationary when I see this clear, deceptive tendency to try to prove something else. So that would be point number 3. Point number 4 is we consistently see too far to be living on a globular planet. Many flat earthers have done many observations over lakes, over bodies of water. We see way, way too far. And this idea of a superior mirage, or whatever they say, that buildings can be brought up behind miles of curvature due to a mirage, due to, like, basically the Earth is curved according to the globe Earth model, but somehow there's this special magical type of refraction that brings things up from behind the curvature and makes it look as if it's flat and you're looking directly across a flat water. That to me is ridiculous, and it's again another proof that the Earth is flat, that, you know, we see way too far, and there's been many experiments done by flat earthers to prove that. Number 5 would be, we never see objects going away from us at a distance, going down at an angle. So there's this huge debate and controversy when ships, you know, when they disappear bottom up, that, oh, you know, this is being caused by the curve of the Earth. This is the claim of the globe earther, right? Well, if this was being caused by the curve of the Earth, if this was going down by a physical geometric horizon, a hump that the ship was going down, I mean, you would see the thing curve away from you. There would come a point where the bottom of the ship is closer to me than the top of the ship. Like, you know what I mean? Its legs, kind of, as it were, would be facing me. You would see it go down at an angle, but we don't see that. When ships disappear bottom up, they disappear as if they're going down an elevator. They remain flat and they go down. And I have a full lengthy section in my book in Perspective and Vision telling you how that works, why things disappear bottom up. But if this was due to curvature, our line of sight being blocked by a curved Earth, then you would see things, like I said, going down at an angle, and this is never witnessed. I don't see buildings on an angle, I don't see towers on an angle, I don't see mountains on an angle. This is just, but this is required by the geometry of a globe Earth.
Okay.
After that, we go to point number 6, which is the stars never change. The stars have regular movements, and they always return back to their same spot. This is why we have celestial navigation. This is why mankind has been using the stars for thousands of years to navigate, because the stars are fixed. Well, I mean, they move around, but they always return back to their same spot. And because of this fixed motion of the stars, this dependable, reliable, repeatable pattern, they stay in the same spot in the sky. This is how we've been able to navigate ourselves throughout the night, when, you know, we use the heavenly bodies to navigate ourselves when we have nothing else. And the reason for this is because of the fixedness of the stars. And, you know, then the globe earther will say, oh yeah, the reason the stars stay fixed is because they're so far away, they're millions and trillions of miles away, so the movement of the Earth through space would not affect their position in the sky. And this is just a completely baseless claim. There is no proof for this whatsoever. This is just an abductive assumption used to buttress and hold up the globe model when it is confronted with evidence that is completely against its own teachings. So that would be number 6. Number 7 is there is no detectable movement to the Earth. Every experiment that I've seen to detect the movement of the Earth, everything that I've looked at, it's based on faulty presuppositions. And again, I don't feel the Earth moving. I've never seen that. When I jump in the air, if I jump in the sky, I don't see the Earth spin underneath me. When I'm flying in a plane, it's not like I can fly and just wait for the Earth to rotate underneath me and have like the right location and just hover down on it. No, that doesn't make any sense. I can throw an object in the air straight up and it falls right back into my hand, minus any influence of wind, of course. And this is prima facie evidence that the Earth is stationary. And this was the original argument that even Ptolemy, although sadly he was a globe earther, this is why he believed the Earth was fixed, is because you can toss something into the sky and it just comes pretty much right back in your hand. Clouds, we don't see them wishing by us as if the Earth is rotating underneath it. So I have no reason to believe that the Earth does rotate. And, you know, we'll skip over that one and get to point number 9. The basic physics of the sun require it to be a repelling force, not an attractive one. So I got this argument from the Southern Israelite, and it's a brilliant one, that according to your model, the sun is a hot body. Heat, in everyday physics, what we see in our life is heat is radially expansive. It goes outwards, okay? Heat goes outwards. You have this body in your model, which your whole model is based on, hence why it's heliocentric. It's centered around the sun, where it's expanding outwards with heat, but at the same time, it's attracting things in with gravity. This is a complete insoluble contradiction. The only way the globe earther explains this is through gravity, but gravity is baseless and nothing but reifications in metaphysics, and we can go into gravity in detail if you want to see that refutation of it. But yeah, the sun being both a repelling and attracting force, this is just contradictory in your model. And finally, we get to point number 10. A contained pressure system cannot be arbitrarily juxtaposed to a null pressure system. So this idea that we are in the vacuum of space and that this vacuum is arbitrarily juxtaposed, it is right beside a contained atmosphere, and the atmosphere doesn't just spill out and disperse into space. This is completely against anything that you and I see in our day-to-day life. When we have, for example, a pot on the stove and it's boiling, we're boiling the water in the pot. When we open up the lid of that pot, all the atmosphere, it just disperses out and it seeks its mediation. And I don't see any reason to believe anything else. And the globe Earth, when it like juxtapose an atmosphere to complete nothingness or a negated pressure zone, it's just arbitrary and baseless. And those are really my points, aside from the scriptures, of course. The most important thing is that God has confirmed to us the earth is flat, but those are my empirical arguments as to why I believe the earth is flat and stationary, and those are the reasons why it has stuck with me. And
okay.
Yeah, I relinquish the rest of my time.
Thank you. Wow. A lot to talk about there. Nothing I haven't heard before. Now, I don't want to be disrespectful, but I don't want to talk about God. I don't personally have a belief in God and find that the conversation of God is irrelevant towards the flat earth when empirical evidence is the best thing to use. And in general, I think that there's problems with God in the fact that God is either not all good or not all powerful, and I would never want to worship either of those people. So I would really...
Well, we're not going to have a debate on theology, but
no.
I will bring up God when I feel like it is necessary, because obviously it is very pertinent to this debate. Of course, I will try to focus in on the empirical proofs because, I know you don't believe in the Quran, you don't believe in God, you reject the existence of God, but I will bring him up when he is pertinent. Because this is why I've dedicated my life to the issue of flat earth, because I believe it is prima facie evidence that God exists. When we see the heavens revolve around the earth, it shows that this is clearly an intelligently designed terrarium environment, and we find confirmation of this in both the Bible and the Quran.
It's just a shame.
But yeah, I'll try to stick to the empirical proofs, no problem.
I just find that it's a shame that if there is a God, that he could just do a little snow globe and not a vast, beautiful universe. But right. So the first thing you said about there was no evidence for rotation. Where'd you get that from? Because have you ever looked into evidence for rotation? I don't understand why you would say that there is no evidence for rotation whenever you test for rotation you can find the rotation. I've personally measured the rotation of the Earth.
And how did you do it?
With a pendulum. Quite simple.
How did you... Okay, could you explain the methodology behind it?
Yeah, I hung a massive pendulum and did some calculations to figure out how much that pendulum would drift when it was swinging based on my latitude, and it matched the predictions of the heliocentric model. It's a simple experiment called Foucault's pendulum, first performed by French physicist Léon Foucault in the 1800s. And
I've dedicated
amazing empirical evidence of the rotation of the Earth. And I'm yet to hear a refutation for Foucault's pendulum that holds up to any kind of scrutiny. The fantastic thing about Foucault's pendulum is that you can use nothing but the drift of the pendulum to calculate your position on the planet. I can find out my latitude on Earth with nothing but the swinging the pendulum and the drift that it makes over time, which matches the predictions of the Coriolis forces that would be applied on a spinning body such as Earth. So my question to you would be, if we're talking about Foucault's pendulum, how do you explain the drift of the pendulum matching your latitude on Earth?
Okay, so I dedicate an entire portion of my book to the issue of Foucault pendulum. Let me pull it up. While I'm trying to find that section, because the book is so big, I would just like to say that I've heard this argument before about Foucault pendulum, that pendulum swinging, that this somehow proves the rotation of the Earth. And I just find it contradictory, because on the one hand, I hear from globe earthers, okay, well, how come I can't just, How come I can't float up in the air with a plane or a helicopter and wait for certain areas of the Earth to rotate underneath me and come back down on them? And they're going to say, oh, the Earth's atmosphere, it moves in a one-to-one correlation with the Earth. It's kind of Velcro to it. Now, what kind of Velcro this is, what the nature of this Velcro is, I've never received a satisfactory answer.
Friction
but okay,
and gravity.
let's just accept that. The Earth, yeah, we'll get into gravity, God willing. But the Earth, on the one hand, its atmosphere moves in a one-to-one correlation with the movement of the Earth, its atmosphere. But at the same time, also, it doesn't move in a one-to-one correlation because the rotation of the Earth affects bodies on the Earth, like the Foucault pendulum, like, the experiments supposedly of, the deviation of falling bodies and Coriolis effect. So my question is, which one is it? Does the atmosphere move in a one-to-one correlation with the Earth, or does it not?
Well, yeah, the atmosphere rotates with the Earth, of course,
So then how
because of
does
friction and
the Foucault
gravity.
pendulum
A
So how
Foucault's
does the Foucault
pendulum is
pendulum
not
get
the
affected by the
atmosphere.
rotation of the Earth?
So, Coriolis forces are applied to something that is moving. So, if it's just something just standing still, the Coriolis forces, that the net sum is zero. But when something is moving, when it's got a linear velocity, then that's when the forces are applied to it. Now, a pendulum is attached to the Earth via a frame and a gimbal that allows it to swing, and it allows that swing to maintain its position in 3D space. So what happens is when the pendulum swings, it maintains the position that it originally started swinging in relation to the center of the Earth. And then as the Earth rotates, the drift that the pendulum as it swings has Coriolis force applied to it and drifts off of the straight line path because it is a moving thing. If something's moving, if it has, velocity in one direction, then it has Coriolis forces applied to it. And because the pendulum is swinging, it's a moving object that has those Coriolis forces applied to it. And then you can calculate the amount of forces that would be applied at a particular latitude, and it turns out that that matches the angle that is produced over time with the drift. So it doesn't really have anything to do with the atmosphere because it's attached to the Earth via a frame.
Well, I would bring up two objections to this, or actually a few objections, because right now I'm recalling a few points in my book. So firstly, the Foucault pendulum, based on what I've seen, is an incredibly sensitive device. And all of these devices which supposedly prove the rotation of the Earth, they're incredibly sensitive, and they are susceptible to all different kinds of forces, from air currents to magnetic activity on the Earth's surface, to seismic activity, to even the way the pendulum itself is constructed. These things, if there's even the slightest margin of error, at least the Foucault pendulums I've seen, the ones that go kind of freely back and forth, almost like a grandfather clock, going forward and backwards. This thing, it's like if there's even one slight margin of error off, this thing starts to deviate. And to conclude that is because of the what are you guys saying? Are you saying that the pendulum is still and the Earth is going around it?
No, we're saying that the pendulum is maintaining its swing relative to the center of the Earth that it initially had. So as the Earth rotates, it rotates underneath the swing of the pendulum, and that's what gives us the drift. So, like, if you had a child, if you had like a roundabout in a park, and you were to put a pendulum on it, and you were to swing that that merry-go-round, let it go around, but then let the pendulum go, it would maintain its swing relative to you, even though the merry-go-round was going around in circles, because a swinging pendulum maintains its position relative to when it was originally released. So that's why when you release the pendulum, it has a particular angle relative to the center of the Earth, and then as the Earth rotates.
Could you repeat that point again about the roundabout?
So if you get a merry-go-round or a roundabout, whatever you call them over there, you know what I mean, like a thing getting in a park, it spins around, you can stand on it. Woo.
Oh, okay, yeah,
right.
Yeah.
And then if you were to have a pendulum attached to that, right, and then you were to release the pendulum and let it swing, even though the roundabout was spinning, the pendulum would maintain its original position of swing backwards and forwards, even though the pendulum, the merry-go-round underneath it is swinging. Because it is a freely moving object, it maintains its swing relative to its original position. So if you were to be standing on that merry-go-round and watching that pendulum, for your position on the merry-go-round, what you would see is the straight line path drift and give an angle. But that's because you're on the merry-go-round seeing the pendulum from that position. But if you're off of the merry-go-round, the pendulum is just going to be maintaining its swing in one direction. And that's why you can use the Foucault's pendulum and Foucault's sine law to calculate your latitude on Earth. And let me just show you an experiment that was done by a YouTuber called The Gentleman Physicist, right? To show you how simple this is. I did this experiment myself at university, along with, the 30 other people on the course with me, and it's done thousands of times by, physics students all over the world. But this is a guy who did it on YouTube. So here is the pendulum. Very simple cement block with a carabiner on top and a fishing wire attached to the top of the staircase, and he lets it swing. Goes backwards and forwards.
Yeah,
right?
I think I've seen this video before.
Right. So as it goes backwards and forwards, it hits that ink pad and draws the line. And then so it swings for about 42 minutes, and over that 42 minutes, that straight line is no longer a straight line. It drifts. It drifts so that you can measure an angle, right? And that is because the Earth is rotating whilst the pendulum's swing is maintaining its position relative to the center of the Earth. And that means that based on your position on Earth...
So the Earth is rotating underneath the pendulum.
Yeah, technically. And that's why if you were at the poles, you would have a rotation of 360 degrees in 24 hours. And it decreases the closer you get to the equator. At the equator, there's 0. I could show you an experiment that was also done at the South Pole to show that this happens. But in this case, what they did was they let it swing for as long as it could, and then they measured the angle. Okay, so I think they got about 7.9 degrees. I'll show you. Yeah, so 7.89 degrees. That's the angle you got over the 41 minutes. So you can do a simple bit of maths to say, well, that means that in X amount of hours, it would do 360 degrees, and it works out about 31 hours. And then using that 31 hours and Foucault's sine law, you can calculate your latitude on Earth. And they did. They used Foucault's sine law, which is the latitude equals the arc sine of 24 hours over t, which is the period of rotation, to find their latitude on Earth, which they did. And they were out by about 1.4%, which is a pretty good margin of error. All measurements have margin of error. 1.4 degrees they were out there. So this is something that can be done anywhere. Children do this experiment. Now, it matches the predictions of what we expect to happen if the Earth is a rotating globe. If the Earth is a globe and it is rotating, this is what we expect to happen. So that is empirical evidence that the Earth is rotating. So my question to you would be, what is the explanation for the drift of the pendulum matching your latitude on Earth if the Earth is flat and stationary? What's causing that to happen?
Well, firstly, the Foucault's pendulum is an incredibly sensitive device, and I would just say there are other factors at play, whether it's magnetism, whether it's the person inside the room, he's moving around, and obviously he's causing air currents and displacement of air. There are even the unevenness in the pendulum, the actual object swinging. I would say these are much more plausible and sensible explanations for why the pendulum deviates over time. Because that's all we're seeing.
But the fact is the deviation matches the latitude, right? That's the thing. It's not just that it deviates, it's that deviation, you can use that to calculate your latitude on Earth. And it works.
Well,
if you do the experiment right, it works. So what is the explanation for that deviation matching your latitude on Earth? Just using Foucault's sine law, the angle that you've measured from the deviation, you can calculate your position on Earth. How does that work? What is the explanation for that if the Earth is flat and stationary?
Now this is something I haven't looked too deeply into. I'm just putting it out there. I've heard, from certain flat earthers that that perhaps the deviation of the Foucault's pendulum, one of the reasons that it deviates is due to the movement of the heavens, and that exerting some influence on it. Now, I haven't looked into that. I'm just throwing that out there, but I will say that this is a contradiction, because if you're telling me the reason this thing is deviating is because the Earth is kind of rotating underneath it, the Foucault's pendulum does not have an independent frame of reference. It is moving with the Earth. It's attached to the Earth. At least the apparatus is attached to the Earth.
Yeah, but it's got a gimbal that allows it to swing freely. That's the point.
What is the gimbal attached to?
The gimbal is attached to the frame, but a gimbal is something that allows a freedom of movement. So that's why the swing it can be independent of the Earth's rotation, like I explained with the merry-go-round. Let me see if I can find a video to demonstrate that for you. Pendulum on a merry-go-round, probably one I can find. I should have the video for this ready, but if anyone can find a video of a merry-go-round with the pendulum, please link it to me so I can show Waleed here. But we can carry on the conversation while I tried to find the video to show that the physics matches. If there's something that is spinning with a pendulum on it with a gimbal that allows it to swing, the swing will be independent of the movement of the thing that the frame is attached to. That's the point of a swinging pendulum, that, you know, and why it has the gimbal, to allow it to maintain that freedom of movement.
So then it's not in the same frame of reference as the Earth.
The swing is maintaining its own frame of reference relative to the center of Earth. Obviously, but everything is in every frame of reference all of the time. You know, you're never not in a frame of reference. You're always in a frame of reference. You're in every frame of reference at all times. But the swing allows it to maintain its position. I'm a little suspicious of
the concept of frame of reference, but okay, yeah, I'm just using the common terms that heliocentrists use. Because, you know, I think Einstein's theory of relativity is insanity, but, you know, I would just say
frame of reference isn't really the same thing as theory of relativity, and relativity is experimentally proven. But
it's independent. It's completely tied to the theory of relativity, because one of the core planks of the theory of relativity is that there is no preferred frame of reference.
We're talking about there is no absolute frame of reference. That's not the same as having frames of reference for, you know, there's still frames of reference in relativity. I think you're very confused about relativity there. I've actually become a bit of an expert in relativity recently due to an argument with a flat earther. But yeah, you said that some flat earthers say that it could be the heavens. There is nothing in the heavens that could exert a movement. There's no forces that are measurable. That's just an ad hoc explanation. The point is, with the Foucault's pendulum, is it matches the predictions of what we expect to happen if the Earth is rotating, which goes against your point of there is no evidence of rotation. This is exact evidence of rotation. This is what we expect to happen. And it's not the only type of evidence of rotation we have. I'm sure you've heard of Jeranism, right?
Yes.
And Bob Nadell?
Bob of Globebusters, yeah.
Yeah, and you know when he measured the rotation of the Earth himself?
No, I'm not familiar with that.
If the Earth is spinning at one rotation every 24 hours, that means that every hour it has to turn 15 degrees. And if the gyroscope is mounted anywhere on Earth, it's going to drift. In today's 21st century navigation systems, they're using what's called a ring laser gyroscope. It is extremely precise. If we could simply get one of these ring laser gyroscopes, we would be able to prove once and for all that there is no rotation to the Earth. One of the people in the community actually purchased one for $20,000. But what we found is when we turned on that gyroscope, we found that we were picking up a drift, a 15 degree per hour drift.
Thanks, Bob. Thanks very much. Very, very, very nice of you there. So he used a device called an interferometric fiber optic gyroscope, which employs Sagnac effect to measure the rotation of the Earth. These are used all over the world all the time. Every modern aircraft will have at least 3 of them for yaw, pitch, and roll. And they work, and they can measure the rotation of the Earth so sensitively that they know where they are on the planet, and if what the computer on the plane says doesn't match what these gyroscopes say, then the plane doesn't work. When Bob and Globebusters had this evidence and tried to hide it, the next thing they did was try to say that, oh, it's just the heavens and it's being manipulated. So they asked another flat earther to build a mechanical gyroscope, because they were convinced that a mechanical gyroscope wouldn't be affected by the things that the interferometric one was, and a mechanical gyroscope would show absolutely that there was no rotation to the Earth. Unfortunately, when the mechanical gyroscope was built by a flat earther, just got to say, amazing bit of kit that he built here. The mechanical gyroscope that he built was also so sensitive that it was able to measure the rotation of the Earth, and it matched the predictions of what we expected. He'd done several different experiments with it, locking it into certain axes to get the measurements that you would need, different rotational velocities of the bit in the middle. And every time that they used it to try and measure, they found that it matched the predictions of the globe and did what you would expect it to do if the Earth was a globe. Bob from Globebusters tried to sue this guy and hide this video. Luckily, I downloaded it. But I'm
not familiar with this controversy.
Yeah, there's countless bits of evidence of rotation of the Earth. If you go to mctoon.net/spin, there is a list of, I think, at last check, 37 experiments that show the rotation of the Earth quite well, using superfluid phase coherence, using extremely sensitive gyro compasses. So I thoroughly disagree with your assertion that there is no evidence for rotation of the Earth. In my research, every time we've tried to measure, we have found that there is rotation of the Earth.
And I would say that seeing a pendulum, seeing a thing attached to some kind of wire-like or rope-like apparatus swinging, and then over time that swing just slightly starts to deviate and deviate and deviate, I don't see that as evidence that the Earth is rotating. And I see that as contradictory to one of the core doctrines of the globe Earth, the rotating Earth, is that the atmosphere moves in a one-to-one correlation with the Earth. Either it does or it doesn't. Then if the rotating Earth is what is causing this pendulum to deviate, then for that same reason I should be able to toss a ball into the sky and then move away from it underneath it. But no, it comes straight back in my hand, of course.
Well, no, because there's conservation of momentum, of course.
Well, then is not that Foucault pendulum receiving the same momentum? It's attached to the moving Earth.
The Foucault's pendulum over time has Coriolis forces being applied to it. That's very different to just throwing a ball up in the air. You know,
throwing a ball up or a plane flying,
the ball is traveling with the Earth when you throw it up.
Anything airborne, anything that goes airborne. This is just a contradiction to the idea that the Earth moves with its atmosphere in a one-to-one correlation.
One sec. I don't know if you realize that you can move and throw things up in the air and it's not going to affect you. So let me just get this video up and show you quickly. There it is, 176. So if we look at this video, this is a trampoline being pulled by a tractor it's about 35 to 40 kilometers an hour. And as you can see, once they leave the tractor, they don't all of a sudden get thrown behind. That's not what you would expect to happen.
Right,
they're going straight up, and the Coriolis forces are being applied to them.
Judging by that logic, I mean, we should see the clouds zipping by us because the Earth is rotating from west to east in your model.
Why should we see the clouds zipping by us if this is showing that the clouds are rotating with the Earth? The clouds are in the atmosphere, which is also rotating with the Earth.
Right, so you're showing me that things have when they're in motion, that they have a one-to-one correlation with the thing that's causing them to go in motion, which contradicts the idea that a pendulum can swing independently of its frame of reference on the Earth.
Now, again, a pendulum
you're showing me
or anything in flight, anything that is traveling in a direction will have Coriolis forces applied to it. And over time, the Coriolis forces will cause a drift. So do you know what the Coriolis forces are? Like what the predictions of Coriolis would be? So if
no,
I was
I know the concept of Coriolis, but I haven't gone into the technical mathematics.
I mean, it's very important. It's something you should probably cover in your book because it's also an excellent demonstration that the Earth is rotating. So if you are...
I discuss Coriolis in the book. I just don't go into the technical mathematics.
But do you understand the concept of it? What is expected to happen? We don't need to talk about mathematics. We could just talk about it. So let's imagine you're at the equator and you are firing a cannonball directly north. Okay? What does Coriolis force say should happen to that cannonball? What is the predictions of Coriolis? If the Earth is rotating in the heliocentric model, what does Coriolis say should happen to that cannonball? Do you know?
I've looked into many explanations as to what they would say would happen to that cannonball bullet, and I've been confused every single time. They would say there would be some kind of deviation. Now I've heard them say there would be a deviation to the right. And I'm like, a deviation to the right? That doesn't make any sense, because right and left are relative, depending on where you're facing.
So, it's very simple, okay? We can use left and right because, you're looking forward, and from your point of view, it would be right or left. So if you are at the equator and you are looking north, right is going to be east and left is going to be west, right? Simple. So
okay,
if you were
from the perspective of the person at the equator.
Yeah, looking north, okay? You got right is east, left is west, okay? So if you fire that cannonball forward from the equator, north, that ball will actually go ahead of the Earth's rotation. It will drift to the right. Do you know why?
Because apparently it retains some of the motion that it had when it was shot from the equator.
Yeah, so the equator has a faster tangential velocity than other parts of the Earth because it's a larger circumference, right? So that means that the ground at the equator technically has a ground speed, tangential velocity of 1,000 miles an hour. So when that ball was fired, it has that movement to the right of 1,000 miles an hour. But as it goes north, the ground beneath it has a lower and lower velocity to the right, until you get to the poles when there is no tangential velocity. But because that cannonball has that 1,000 mile an hour tangential velocity to the right, and it keeps that because of conservation of momentum, as it moves north, it's going over parts of the ground that are now technically moving to the right slower than it. So it drifts ahead of the Earth's rotation. And this is actually what we see happen. Snipers at great distances take this into account. Artillery manuals have these calculations to be taken into account. Ships that fire ballistic missiles for miles and miles and miles, they have to take these calculations into account. They're very important, otherwise you miss your target. And that's more empirical evidence that the Earth is rotating.
I have multiple military documents regarding the Coriolis effect and the supposed influence it exerts on snipers and bullets. I have multiple sources documented in my book showing there's nothing even mentioned in multiple U.S. military manuals regarding snipers and the Coriolis effect.
So generally, if you are shooting less than a kilometer, then the Coriolis isn't taken into account. However, the more the distance, the greater the distance, the more time that the bullet is flying, so the more influence the Coriolis will have. And then if you are shooting over a kilometer, there are many military manuals. And in fact, again, if you go to mctoon.net/military, I think there's a whole list of them. Artillery manuals from the 60s and onwards that show that you have to take into account the rotation of the Earth with tables correlating to your position on the Earth and what deviation you would need to take into account for. So when the distances are great enough, you absolutely in the military have to take into account. That's why they are in the manuals.
Well, I have multiple documentation showing no such Coriolis mentioned in these sniper manuals. So
again,
I would
under
just
a
say,
kilometer, yeah. Under a kilometer, you wouldn't really take it into account because under a kilometer, the flight time of the bullet is too quick for Coriolis to really make a difference. But the longer the bullet
there's nothing in those sniper manuals that says
when you're looking at over a kilometer, you will absolutely find it. In fact, I've got snipers
that are in the manuals.
I've got snipers that are subscribers of mine that show me
the deviation.
I could show you many manuals from the military that show that they have to take this into account. Why would the military put it in their manuals if you didn't have to take it into account?
Well, I'm not going to comment on any document that I haven't seen yet. So, God willing, you can send me those over and I'll take a look at them.
I mean,
but I had looked at
every single artillery manual ever
documents.
will show that.
I've looked at multiple
I could probably just Google one right now and find it.
I have them cited in the manifesto, and I see no such taking into account of the rotation of the Earth. And again, this contradicts the idea that the atmosphere moves with in a one-to-one correlation with the Earth.
No, it doesn't contradict it in the slightest. Coriolis force is about something that is moving, right? So the atmosphere is moving one-to-one with the Earth. So that means relative to the Earth, it doesn't have a velocity. So the Coriolis forces aren't applied to it. Of course, if there's wind, which is caused by a change in pressure, then the atmosphere starts to move. And then once the atmosphere is moving because of a change in pressure, Coriolis forces starts to get applied. And then hurricanes happen. Because you will find it deflecting to the right in the north of the equator and deflecting to the left, south of the equator, because a moving thing will be applied a Coriolis force, and that's why you end up with hurricanes. So bear with me, I'm just getting up a long range, here we go. Coriolis for long range shooting and artillery. Let me just show one sec, bring this up so you can see that I'm not making it up.
When is the document dated for?
Oh, this one's 1941, which is a good one. We've got lots of military tables. All these take into account, they all mention the rotation of the Earth. These are in fact the tables for corrections due to the rotation of the Earth. I don't know if you can see, it says there. Let me make that bigger for you. Sorry, I've still got it on the... If we go in, so this is tables for 16-inch 15 caliber gun. Mentions specifically the rotation of the Earth and the corrections that you have to make. There's many of them. Deflection in yards due to the rotation of the Earth based on your latitude, which is what I was talking about earlier, because your latitude will have a different amount of Coriolis forces being applied. So when you're firing long-range artillery, you absolutely have to take this into account. There's more here. This one is from 1967, includes step-by-step adjustments for developing a firing solution for artillery. 2 tables included to adjust for Coriolis, one to adjust the range, the other to adjust the azimuth. I can send you the links so you can look these up over in your own time, but both of these tables here...
God willing, I'll take a look, sure.
Yeah. And then there was for long-range shooting, so for snipers... Applied Ballistics for Long-Range Shooting by Brian Litz, Chapter 7 covers Coriolis. So Brian Litz is a ballistics instructor for long-range shooting, sniping, and he mentions the Coriolis effect and how to adjust for it several times. This is him doing the video talking about it. They talk about it in the American Shooting Journal, about how Coriolis has to be taken into account during precision long-range shooting. Here's the sniper talking about it and all the calculations that he made. There's many mentions in manuals of adjusting for the rotation of the Earth.
So I guess we'll just have to leave that one as we'll look into it further, because the documents I have cited in my book, there's no such mentioning.
I mean, do you agree that not every book is going to mention it? If it's, like I said, if it's covering a shorter range, less than a kilometer, then you're not going to put it in there because it's not something that is needed, right?
Well, this isn't like a short range book. This is an overall sniper manual, so I would imagine that it would be in there.
Oh, okay. Like I said,
if this was a factor that people take into consideration when they make long range shots.
Yeah, okay. So, right. I think I've demonstrated that there is evidence for the rotation of the Earth. Would you agree with that?
No, I would not. I would say there are, or rather, you have put your evidence forward as to why you believe these things prove the rotation of the Earth. But I would say that, let's just say, let's say there's an effect on bullets depending on what direction you're shooting on the Earth, and that, bullets slightly deviate, and also that this Foucault pendulum, it deviates. Okay. This still doesn't trump my day-to-day experience that I don't see and feel any rotation of the Earth whatsoever.
Why would you feel rotation?
Evidence. my own empirical evidence, what I see in my own day-to-day reality, where the sun is here, then it's over there, then it's over there. I can see the heavens revolving around above
Right.
me. You know, that to me is stronger evidence, certainly.
Right.
And
Let's
again, I'm
let's
not
talk about one
convinced
thing
that
you
this is
said there.
compatible with the idea that everything moves in a one-to-one correlation with the Earth.
So let's
I
talk
don't think
about
that's
one thing
compatible with it.
specifically you said there, which grabs me, is that you don't feel the Earth rotate. What
Experience should
biolo-
be a better word. I don't experience the Earth
well,
rotate.
what biological mechanism does a human being have to experience a constant movement?
Well, no, it's not constant because
Well, it
according to the
is.
heliocentric model,
It's
depending on how close we are to the sun, the parhelion, the aphelion, etc., the Earth, according to Johannes Kepler's laws of motion, it's changing in speed as it goes around the sun. Is it
okay.
not?
So
Because it's elliptical.
right, that's the orbit around the sun. However, the elliptical orbit is a change of about 3% over 6 months, which is such a small adjustment over such a large amount of time that you don't notice it. There's no biological mechanism that we have as humans that would be able to pick up such a small change in acceleration. That it just doesn't exist. But if we're talking about the Earth, specifically the rotation of the Earth, which is a constant 0.000694 RPM, there is no biological mechanism that humans have that is designed to pick up a constant movement. It doesn't happen. We experience acceleration, we can feel acceleration, but there is nothing in our bodies as a biological system that would be able to tell us we were on a extremely slowly, constantly rotating body.
When I'm in a convertible car, assuming that the windows are down and everything, even if I'm traveling at a constant speed and going in a circle, I can feel the motion of the car.
Okay, so now have that car go one circle in 24 hours.
Have that car travel 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. I think that's a more accurate representation.
It's still 360 degrees in 24 hours. No matter where you are on the Earth, you are moving at 0.000694 RPM. That is the rotational velocity of Earth. All right? There is nothing in our bodies that is able to pick up a constant rotational velocity. We do not have a biological mechanism that would be able to do that. And like I said, if you want to get in a car and drive in a circle 360 degrees but take 24 hours to do it, you would not know that you were going in a circle. Your body doesn't
Well, it
have
depends on
the
how big
ability to
depends on how
detect
big the
that.
circle is. If the circle is massive, then the car would have to go pretty fast in order to travel around it. Depending on how big the circle is. Yeah, if the circle is as big as the room I'm in, then okay, yeah, I'm probably not going to feel much. But if the circle is massive, then that 24 hours, the car is going to move pretty fast. It depends on the surface or the area of the circle.
But you're still not going to notice that, you don't notice constant velocity in one direction, right? So at the equator, the Earth has a tangential velocity of 1,000 miles an hour. That's in a straight line path. You don't feel a constant motion. So that makes no difference. What you do feel is an acceleration, right? And if you're going in a circle, there's a constant acceleration, deceleration with a net sum of 0, but there's something that you should be able to feel. Now, what you do feel is something called centrifugal acceleration, okay? So centrifugal acceleration is, if you're going round, you're in a car and you're going round a big roundabout, that's what you feel. That's what's pushing you out, right? That's the force that you feel, the centrifugal acceleration. But the centrifugal acceleration on Earth at the equator is 0.003 meters per second squared. That's so small. And that's at the equator where the tangential velocity is 1,000 miles an hour. Those are the forces you feel. The centrifugal acceleration, the force created from that. That is what you would feel. But because that is so small, there is nothing in your body that is able to detect it.
Saying that it's so small and that there's nothing in my body able to detect it is not evidence that it exists.
No,
That just seems to
I'm
me
not
like
saying there's evidence that exists.
unfalsifiability. It's like pushing the like the evidence into a realm where nobody can determine it. Really,
I'm just pointing
in any
out
real
that
and
as
meaningful way.
humans, we don't have that ability. So for you to say, well, I don't feel it, that's not evidence of anything because you don't have the ability to feel it, right? That's my point. I'm not putting it forward as evidence of the globe. I am putting it as a point to you that when you say, well, I don't feel it, that doesn't really mean anything because we're not supposed to feel it. There's nothing in our bodies that could feel it with the tiny, tiny, tiny forces that are involved.
The speeds that we're told at which the Earth flies through space, if I were to travel at anything even close to that speed in my day-to-day life, I'm going to feel it and I'm going to notice it.
Not if you're going in a straight line.
Especially in a vehicle. And it's not even a straight line because the Earth has multiple motions. It's rotating, it's rotating on its axis. At the same time, it's doing this ellipse around the sun. At the same time, the sun and the solar system is going around something
and
else.
again,
I mean, there's all
the
these
centrifugal acceleration is the
going on
things that you
at
feel,
once,
right?
according to your model.
What you feel, according to the model, right, and physics in general, what you feel is forces involved, right? And when you do the maths to actually find the forces involved, they're tiny. The forces involved for the Earth rotating 360 degrees in 24 hours, tiny. But do you know the forces involved for the Earth orbiting the Sun once every 365 days? That's minuscule. And do you know the forces involved for our solar system orbiting the center of the galaxy once every 250 million years? There's so many zeros before it that I couldn't write it on this bit of paper. The forces involved are what you feel, and they're tiny.
Gravity isn't even a force.
I didn't mention gravity once.
We're mentioning the Earth or going around the sun. We're mentioning the Earth orbiting around the sun.
And to nip that straw man in the bud, no one says gravity is a force. Gravity creates a force that is proportional to the product of two or more masses and inversely proportional to the square of the distance between them. Both Einstein and Newton agree with that premise.
Every single definition or explanation I have seen or heard of gravity is just, it's like veiled in this metaphysical obscurity. I've never heard any concrete definition of gravity that isn't just...
I just gave you a definition of it. There's nothing metaphysical.
How would you define gravity?
Gravity is an apparent attractive force between all masses that is proportional to the product of two or more masses and inversely proportional to the square of the distance between them. It's simple, and that's an empirical thing that I can measure.
What is the nature and mechanism? What is the mechanism of this gravity?
It doesn't matter. That's what gravity is.
Well, if we believe in explaining things and making meaningful propositions,
belief is irrelevant.
We don't describe motions. We explain the nature of things. What is this gravity?
Again, the
Newton
actual description of what it is irrelevant, right? The fact is, it's an empirical thing that we can measure, test, use. I know for a fact 100% gravity exists because I used it in my job in the military, right? I know it exists because I had to use it as part of my job. So
sure, things go down. You can take something and drop it down.
Oh no, it's far different than that. I literally used gravity to make sure my submarine didn't hit underwater mountains. It was part of my job on board a submarine.
You would take into account this a centerward force? No, you're just taking into account some kind of downward earthward trajectory.
Oh no, I'm taking into account variations.
It is going towards the center of a ball.
I am taking into account variations in that attractive force based on the mass below us.
Sure, there are things
and when I do that, I can stop my submarine running into mountains under the water. And it's based on our knowledge of gravity and that it exists. You know what it is. This is something that flat earthers say, oh, you can't really tell me what gravity is. But what it actually is kind of irrelevant. It doesn't matter. What matters is we know gravity exists.
It matters a lot.
No, it doesn't. It really doesn't. What matters is that gravity is an empirical thing that you can measure and test on. What it actually is kind of irrelevant. It's there. We can test it. We know it's there. It doesn't matter what it is, it's there.
So that's basically you saying that you can't explain, you don't know what gravity is.
No,
It's just this amorphous
I know
occult.
exactly what it is. It's an attractive
that's
force.
no different than saying gravity is a cult. It's not.
No, it's
hidden.
not, because
you don't know what it is.
No, cults don't have empirical evidence. In my degree for physics, I measured gravity using a Cavendish experiment. I know it exists. In my job for the military,
I discussed the Cavendish experiment in detail in my book.
Yeah,
Again,
I did cover that bit.
It is a highly sensitive apparatus that is influenced by all kinds of
Not
things.
that sensitive. I made it work, and so did hundreds of others on the physics course, as did two of my good friends that are also on YouTube that built their own Cavendish experiments. One so good that the university he lives near has now taken it as a teaching apparatus. Yes, it is a sensitive bit of equipment. Every experiment ever has sensitive equipment, but when you set it up right, it measures gravity. It measures gravity at the predicted amounts.
No, I mean, there's plenty of other explanations as to why that.
Like what?
What is it called? That Cavendish experiment, that apparatus which is attached to the wire, why it moves. There are plenty of other plausible explanations.
Like what?
And that the Earth rotates.
No, the Cavendish is nothing to do with the Earth rotating. I don't know why are you getting. I think you're getting Cavendish and Foucault's pendulum confused there, bud.
Sorry. No, I made a mistake. Yeah, I confused those two. Yeah, I mean the Cavendish experiment. That gravity is attracting it. The gravity of those lead bricks or whatever is attracting those counterweights or whatever at the end of the stick or the rod or whatever is suspended to the wire. There are plenty of other explanations.
Like what?
That would set that thing off. Well,
like what?
You admitted yourself it's an incredibly sensitive apparatus. The person in the room who's recording the instrument, he's moving around, he's breathing, he's moving his arms and his legs. This is displacing air.
I wasn't even in the room with
influence...
mine. I controlled it from outside of the room. And so did the people at Blue Marble Science and BM Furball, who both built theirs. They weren't in the room when they did it.
Did you perform the experiment in a vacuum?
Yeah. Actually.
That's the only way. Vacuums don't exist. Vacuums is a baseless metaphysical concept.
I performed it in a vacuum chamber. Does that help?
No, vacuums don't exist.
No, again, a vacuum chamber does exist.
Yeah, but this idea of empty, the only way for the Foucault pendulum, not the Foucault pendulum, the only way for the Cavendish experiment to be reliable is it would have to be performed in absolute vacuo or a vacuum.
There's no such thing as an absolute vacuum. And what your understanding is completely flawed there.
I would agree.
We can take we can take precautions.
We can absolute vacuum.
We can take precautions. We can remove variables. We can be careful with experiments. That's the point. Cavendish experiment has been done in a vacuum chamber. It's been done in many different environments, and we always get the same result when the experiment is done properly. Again, I personally did the experiment and managed to derive the universal gravitational constant from the data I gathered from the experiment, and I got it right, which shows that gravity is a thing.
The Cavendish experiment is based in Newtonian physics.
Not really.
Yeah, it is. It's based in Newtonian physics. It's this idea that gravity is a force which attracts things. It is entirely couched in Newtonian physics. It was made in that time period.
It doesn't matter. I mean, it shows that there is an attractive force. And again, gravity isn't a force. Gravity creates a force. Newton never had a theory of gravity. He never had an explanation for gravity.
I document that copiously throughout my book.
All that Newton did was made an observation. He didn't think anything. He just made an observation and showed that this is what gravity does based on my observations, and came up with the universal law of gravitational attraction, which is used every single day in engineering all around the world.
Just because a theory is used for experimentation purposes does not mean just because a concept or whatever.
No, it's a law. It's a scientific law that is used in engineering every single day. When was the last time you went over?
I don't believe in scientific laws. This idea of
it doesn't
laws
matter
of
if you
universe,
believe in them or not. A scientific law is something. Again, a scientific law isn't something that you believe in. It's just something that is. It's something that is demonstrated to be true over and over and over again. Nothing has ever debunked Newton's universal law of gravitational attraction.
There is no laws of the universe. Things do what they
There
do because God
absolutely is
makes them
laws of
do
the
it.
universe.
Things do what they do because God makes them do it.
I
He is an active
thoroughly
controller
disagree
of
with
things.
that. God wouldn't have the power to do that if he can only make a little snow globe.
What do you mean? What are you trying to
Well,
say?
I'm trying to say that if God is so pathetic and puny that he can just make a little flat earth snow globe and not a vast, beautiful universe, then to quote Hulk, puny God.
If the heavens and the earth followed your vain desires, the whole thing would be corrupted. That's what the Quran says. God made the earth according to a natural, intelligent design that actually works. If it followed the vain desires of globe earthers and atheists, then nothing would
We
work
don't
here.
have
God made it in a
desires,
sensible
and
manner.
that I mean, you're just strawmanning what an atheist is. We don't have any desires or anything like what you're talking about.
Yeah, you have a certain desire for how the world should be.
No,
You,
no,
you, you want
we
this
don't.
kind of
I don't have a
this
desire for how the
heliocentric
world should
model.
be.
If it
As a
followed
man
that,
of
then the whole thing would be
science,
corrupted.
as a man of science, I have simply investigated the world myself. I have personally confirmed that the Earth rotates. I have personally confirmed that there is a gravitational attraction between masses. I've personally confirmed the measurements of Earth's curve. I've done them myself. So I don't need
Firstly,
to believe
I want
anything.
to.
Belief is completely irrelevant to my position. I never
I'm
believe
using
anything.
that word
I
colloquially.
base my position
I'm using that word
on logic and
colloquially.
evidence.
Yeah, and I don't think so. I think that your whole worldview is based on presumption. That you believe the
I've made no
entire world, pretty
presumptions.
much the universe, came out of nowhere and that nobody
No, I
created
don't.
it. I would say it's not. You
That's a
can just
massive.
say
Oh,
it's based
wait.
on
Hold
logical
on.
evidence, logic
That's
and
a
evidence.
massive straw man. Why would you say that I think the universe came out of nowhere? No
Did
atheist
somebody
thinks
create?
that.
Did somebody create the universe?
That no one said the universe came out of nowhere. That's a straw man
Okay,
of the position of what most people think. Like
so
if
you
you,
believe in creation then?
I don't have any beliefs. I know that the universe came from a singularity that contained all the energy in the universe. There was no nothing. There was just something that was there.
Where did that singularity come from, and what set it
Who
off?
knows? Who don't know. It's outside the realms of science. I don't pretend to know. All right. Here's the thing. Right. I'm not really what you would call an atheist because I don't say that God doesn't exist. Okay.
Well,
What
you
I
just
say is,
insulted and mocked God. You certainly
oh
did
no,
act
no,
like an
I
atheist
no,
right now in
no, no, no,
obstinacy
no,
and
no, no.
disrespect.
I didn't insult and mock God. I just said that that would be a puny God in my opinion. But I don't say that there is no God. I don't hold that position because that's an intellectually dishonest position to hold. I have no idea if there is some kind of higher being that set the universe in motion, that gave the universe the physical laws that it has. I have no idea. I couldn't say if what caused the Big Bang to happen. Absolutely no clue. Was it some kind of higher being with powers beyond my knowing? I don't know. Was it some kind of technological marvel? I don't know. I don't claim to know because that's an intellectually dishonest position to hold. All I know is based on evidence, the universe was at one point a singularity with all of the energy that exists at a single point. There's a
That is
lot.
such that is such a religion, such a faith-based
No, no, it's the
proposition
opposite
that
of religion. I
I
don't
can't believe
claim to know
it is
anything.
it is faith-based. It is
It's not.
faith-based.
It's evidence
How do
based.
you know this?
Hold on. You don't get to
Have
strawman me.
you been
It's
there?
not faith
Okay,
based.
go ahead.
It's evidence based. Nothing that I said is faith. Everything that I said is based on evidence. There is evidence the Big Bang happened. There is evidence that the entire universe was in a singularity. I don't claim to know why it happened because I don't have a religion. I don't claim that a god did it. I have no idea. In the same way, though, I don't claim that a god didn't do it because I don't know what happened before the universe. What I know is the universe exists as it does with the physical laws that it does. Don't know why.
How do you know that the universe came however many billions of years ago from a singularity? How do you know that?
The cosmic microwave background radiation.
Okay, what is that? Explain that to me.
It's the remnants of the point when the universe went from being opaque to see-through as the electron density died down and elements were formed as the universe cooled. That was a point shortly, well, I say shortly, several 100,000 years after the birth of the universe, when it was extremely hot. That point, when the universe stopped being completely opaque, and light was able to travel freely, is what we call the recombination event, and it's left a mark that we call the cosmic microwave background radiation. That's remnants of the point when light was able to travel freely for the first time in the universe. And then you can take it backwards further. You can mathematically model it back based on the evidence to go back further and further and further to find that there was a singularity. Again, we don't know why.
This is just storytelling. This is just
no, it's not. It's based on evidence. It's not storytelling. It's based on evidence.
Have you personally seen this? What's it called? This cosmic background microwave radiation, whatever.
Absolutely.
Have you seen this stuff?
Yeah.
Where have you seen it?
On my old tube TV. That's why you have static on tube TVs. That's the cosmic microwave background radiation. You can measure it with infrared cameras in the sky. It exists.
And this proves that the Earth, that the entire universe was consolidated in a singularity billions of years ago.
It matches it matches the predictions, which is how science works.
You have no knowledge of that. You've never been around long enough to confirm that. That is an extrapolation that you're making.
That doesn't matter. That's called a genetic fallacy. But we can see that these things happen.
How is it a genetic fallacy? It's an extrapolation. It's not. It's
yeah,
not
but
confirmed. You haven't seen this. How could you confirm
you're attacking
billions of anything?
You're attacking the source instead of the information. It doesn't matter if I was there or not. We can see the results of it in the universe. It's still there.
No,
these aren't things we're making up. You can actually measure them.
You're seeing certain things in the natural world and then extrapolating theories of which you have no knowledge.
Oh, no. Again,
you have no knowledge about.
It's predictions. It's what we would expect to have happened. We can see that the universe is expanding still. We know that's a thing. We know that's happening. And if it's expanding, then it expanded from something. And you know that because of the recombination event happening, leaving the cosmic microwave background radiation, that there was a point in time when the universe was dense and hot. This is empirical evidence. It's not stories, it's just empirical evidence. Now, here's the thing. Wait, hold on. Here's hold the phone. Here's the thing, right? Am I 100% sure? Absolutely not. But this is the best explanation we have with the evidence available. And I always base my position on logic and evidence. And there is no logic to magic.
That's what everybody says.
No.
To say that this whole world, that the sun you see in the sky and then it sets and then the moon comes out and the stars and everything going around us, which we can see with our own eyes, that this came out of, that you're not sure whether somebody intelligently designed it or not. I think
that's the most intellectually honest position to hold.
And not
right?
based in any logic or reason at all.
No, but hold on. Isn't that the most intellectually honest position to hold? I don't know. I'm not going to pretend to know how the universe started. I'm not going to make stuff up. Hey, there's a bunch of theories that are interesting. Like currently, the great theory is that the universe is actually the inside of a black hole in a bigger universe. And every single black hole would actually contain its own universe because light can't escape and would have its time would be infinite within the black hole. It's a lot of theories, but again, that's just things to look at in theories that
it's just
that aren't
adherence
confirmed.
Of scientism doing theology and abduction.
No. But here's what science does. Science looks at evidence and looks at things and investigates them. It never claims to know all the answers, right? Because that's a stupid thing to do. You know what? I just need to take a sidebar. If you bear with me for 1 second. Guys, I've just looked over to the stream and I've noticed that there is 1,117 people watching. That is absolutely fucking amazing. Thank you so much for being the amazing supporters that you are. And, you know, over 1,100 of you coming to watch this debate. Again, Waleed here, he has his own YouTube channel, which I encourage you to go and check out because there's some cool stuff on there to go and have a look at. Is it called Eyes Wide Open? Is that your channel, Waleed?
Eyes Wide Open, correct.
Yeah, Eyes Wide Open. He's got the announcement about his book being complete and stuff on there, so definitely worth checking out. But thank you. I was a little bit shocked when I looked over and saw that there's 1,100 plus watching. So boom, get in there. Right. Okay.
Is that not normal? Is that higher than average?
It's a higher. It's it's not the record, but it's a good one. It's definitely a high. Anything above 1,000 is a good night. So well done, Waleed. You pulled them in.
It's God who pulled them in. All thanks goes to God.
So anyway, what I think about God, like I said, for me, it's kind of relevant because I don't claim to know, because I think that's the most intellectually honest position to hold. All I know is that the universe has physical laws, that they're there, and we abide by. All right. And I think I've given evidence that the Earth rotates.
You've what's it called? So-called scientists have inductively surmised that there are these immutable laws of the universe, but it's just a claim. It's just a claim.
Well, no, they're
do
tested.
What they do because God makes them do it.
Whether God makes them do it or not is irrelevant. The fact is that they do what they do. All right. The fact is that
we intuit a certain pattern within the creation. Certainly, we intuit things happening over and over and over. Yeah, that's fine. But say that it will always be that way, that this is an immutable law, that is a statement you make.
Well, no, that's the thing. That's why something's a law.
You can't perform something an infinite amount of times to determine that it'll be the case.
If something's a law, then that means that it's never been disproven. Okay? If it gets disproven, it's no longer a law. But it's never been disproven. Newton's law of universal gravitational attraction on a local level has never been disproven. And it never will, because it works. And it's not metaphysical or anything like that. It works.
Newton's gravity was nothing but metaphysics. He admits that the concept of his understanding of space. Oh yeah, go ahead.
But you need to understand that the gravity is an empirical thing, though. All right. The metaphysics of what it is, it's all completely irrelevant. The fact is, it's an empirical thing that is used. When was the last time you went over a suspension bridge?
It's been a while.
Right. Well, that suspension bridge was built using Newton's law of gravitational attraction.
Just because a theory has
it's not a theory,
ability,
it's a law.
You can. Okay, just because an idea, I don't believe it's a law, okay? I don't believe in gravity, so I'm not going to call it a law because I don't believe it exists. But just because a concept or an idea or a theory has functional use, you can use it in experiments on a day-to-day basis, does not mean it's real. It does not mean it's factual.
Wait, I can use it physically to do engineering.
Predictability does not prove that we... Okay.
It's not just predictability. Again, like when I was a submariner in the Royal Navy, and it literally uses gravity to map the surface of the ocean floor. Sorry, not surface, to map the ocean floor in real time, so that the submarine can stay stealthy but still avoid crashing into underwater mountains and stuff. Right? It literally uses gravity to do that. It uses the variations in gravitational attraction between the amount of mass underneath the submarine and the instrument on board that is detecting it. It uses Newton's law to do that, and it works every time. The fact that it works is an empirical evidence that it exists.
You still have not explained to me the nature of this gravity.
We're experiencing
things in the natural world. For example, things falling to the earth, and I'm not going to speak about that submarine example you gave me because I don't know about it, right? I don't really know what you're talking about, and I'm not really going to necessarily take your word for it, right? I'd have to look into it myself. But we just experience things going on in our day-to-day life, and then afterwards, from there, people start ascribing that to this mythical force of gravity. It's working backwards. This is how we've gotten all of our laws. We see things going on in the world, and then we interpret it, at least a lot of people, through this heliocentric globe Earth lens.
But there's no other explanation for why it works the way it does all the time. Whether you think it's something else or not is irrelevant. You can call it a different name or whatever. The fact is that gravity exists. It's a real thing. It's measurable. It's there. And
Earthward tendency exists, but going towards the center of a globe has not been demonstrated.
gravity on Earth would pull towards the center of the globe, but I'm not necessarily talking about what gravity does on Earth in general right now. I'm just talking about the fact that I have used gravity personally to avoid crashing my submarine, to measure it, to measure it in my physics degree. Engineers use it to build bridges, to build buildings.
You have used a earthward tendency to. I'm not even going to speak on that because I don't know about the submarine thing. I'd have to look into it first to see if there's
it's empirical evidence that gravity exists, right? But anyway, there's a lot of other things that you said that I think we should get through.
But what do we mean by gravity? Do we mean an earthward tendency? Then sure, gravity, quote unquote, exists.
I told you what I mean by gravity.
Or do
gravity
we mean
is
being attracted to the center of a globe? That doesn't exist.
No, right. When I say gravity, I mean one thing. I mean a measurable attractive force between all masses that is proportional to the product of two or more masses and inversely proportional to the square of the distance between them. That's what I mean when I say gravity, and that is something that is an empirical fact. That
is not a definition. That is a description.
Same thing.
No, it's not.
That's what gravity does. That's what it is.
I can't define a duck as a thing that quacks.
But again, it doesn't matter exactly what it is. That is a great description of gravity that works every single time.
That matters to me greatly as to what it is.
Okay, but it doesn't. In the grand scheme of things, it doesn't matter. What matters is that it exists and it's measurable. Yeah. Again, what matters is that it exists and it's measurable. What you want to call it, what it actually is, completely irrelevant. It exists, it's measurable, it's detectable, we know it's there, we use it in engineering, we use it in physics every single day. It's a real thing.
It's an earthward tendency. There is an earthward tendency, and
Cavendish
from there
disagrees
on,
that it's just that.
the metaphysics of Newton and Einstein have been afterwards applied to it. That interpretation.
There is no metaphysics for Newton. Anyway, right.
There's plenty of metaphysics.
One thing
Newton
you said,
was an alchemist. He was a staunch Christian. He believed that space was the omnipresence of God. There's plenty of metaphysics in Newton, and he talks about this in detail.
Yeah, but just because Newton said that doesn't mean gravity is metaphysics. Anyway, let's move on. Surface of water is flat.
You did say there's no metaphysics in Newton. There was lots of.
Yeah, in gravity, there is no metaphysics in Newton's law of gravity. But right, you said
you still haven't even defined to me what this thing is.
Again, it doesn't matter exactly what it is. It's measurable. It's detectable. It exists. It's real.
You can't explain it. Okay.
It doesn't matter. Again, it doesn't matter. You keep saying
your terms.
It doesn't matter what it is. Right. Before we knew what magnetism was, did it not exist?
Yeah, magnetism exists.
Yeah, what about before we could define exactly what it was? Did it change whether it existed or not before we could make that definition?
Well, I still don't believe we have a proper definition of magnetism, but yeah,
we absolutely 100% do have a definition of magnetism.
It doesn't change the existence of a thing. Sure.
And yeah, exactly. So there we go. So it exists, and that's all we need to know is that gravity exists.
Surface.
Yeah, but not just that. Cavendish shows that it's an attractive force between all masses. Right, but anyway, I want to move on to the next thing you said, which was the surface of water is flat. No, it's not. The surface of water is never flat. Who told you that?
My own eyeballs. I can see it every time.
When has water ever been flat?
There's never been any curvature.
Could you tell me?
Go to your nearest lake. Go to your nearest ocean.
Yeah, lakes aren't flat. Lakes have tides. Oceans have tides. Both have waves. Water is never flat.
Yeah, there's disturbances on the surface of water, but water doesn't morph around the exterior of a ball. That's what I mean. Aside from a drop of water that may be held on there due to surface tension, but a body of water does not morph around the surface of a sphere.
So here's the thing: water does curve. It actually has an arc that matches what we predict of the Earth. So there's things called tow tanks, which are used to test aquadynamics of ships and stuff, right? Massive tanks, kilometer long, with rails that go along just above the water to move the ships into position and to make sure that you can test the ships right. The long and short of it is that these tanks, the rails that go along that move things, have to maintain an exact distance above the water throughout the entire length of the tank, right? So engineers go along and at each point they make sure that the rail is exactly the same amount above the water the whole way. What it turns out is that when you measure that rail, it's curved, meaning that the water below it is also curved. The curve matches the arc of the curve of the Earth. I can send you all the technical specifications of tow tanks. There's several in the UK that we know of, and the technical specifications in them mention that the tow tank's water follows the arc of the curve of the Earth. So, my knowledge, I may be wrong, but from my knowledge, the only time that water has ever actually been measured properly is in these tow tanks. And the measurements turned out that the water is curved, matching the curve of the Earth. How do you explain that?
Well, I can't explain anything right now because I haven't looked at the documents.
Right, so just for a moment, just assume that I'm correct and the documents exist and what I've just told you is true. How would you explain it?
Well, I would have to first see if what has been done, the experiment, the mathematics, if it's built on any faulty presuppositions.
It's not. It's built on engineers making measurements at several points along these tow tanks, confirming that the rail that moves the things maintains the exact distance from the water along the whole thing. So,
if the surface of water was curved, when I see ships going out into the horizon on water, when I see a plane flying away from me, I would see it literally go down at an angle, following the curve of the Earth, but I never see that.
Okay. No,
if the surface of the Earth was curved, if it was a sphere.
So, right. Assuming the Earth is a sphere with the radius of about 4,000 miles, how many miles would equal 1 degree?
Just get to your point and answer the question.
Do you know? I mean, you've spent so long investigating I assume these are things that you would know. Okay, right. So on Earth, 1 degree of curvature equals 69 miles. 69 miles is 1 degree, right? So let's say that you are in your room and you put a pencil the other side of your room, right? But you had that pencil off of vertical by 1 degree. Would you be able to tell?
No, in that case with the pencil I would not be able to tell.
No, because
I
1
would just
degree of
that's
69 miles,
model.
69 miles, 1 degree, you would not be able to tell. Ships disappear over the curve less than 69 miles. All right? They're going to be tilting less than 1 degree. There is no reason at all that you would expect to see something tilt as it goes over.
That's a contradiction. On the one hand, it's going over a curve, but on the other hand, that curve is not even seeable or detectable. So the curve is what is causing the obstruction of the ship. I can't see it.
No, the horizon is the horizon, which is an effect of the curve.
The horizon, which is an effect of the curve. The horizon is a curve, more or less, in your model.
No, the horizon is an effect of the curve. It's not a curve. It's the effect of the curve.
Okay, the horizon is an effect of the curve. Yeah. And the reason the ship is being obstructed is because of this horizon, which is an effect of the curve, but it's not going down at an angle, which would be... It's going down at an angle which is not even at all detectable. This is just this is a theory. It's unfalsifiable.
It's not theory in the slightest.
Have you ever tried to model it out? And I would only see 1 degree.
Have you ever tried to model it out to see what it would look like? Or are you just making assumptions based on what you think?
I'm making my thoughts on this based on what makes sense, what is logical.
So just based on what you think, you've never actually tried to model it out or anything, right?
No, I've not gone into the
mathematics. Before you just make a bunch of assumptions about what should or shouldn't be possible, maybe you should try to model it out. Because that's all you've done is make assumptions of what you think you should see with actually without actually finding out what you should see. And that's the problem, is that you don't know what the heliocentric model is. You don't know what the globe expects to see. So when you see things and you go, haha, that's wrong. But no, what you see is what you expect to see on the globe. And you can't say that that isn't what you would expect to see without modeling it out. Otherwise, you're just making assumptions. I've modeled it out. I've done all this myself. I've got 3D software that I've done modeling on myself to show that these things match what we see. You can go to Walter Bisland's curve calculator, and he's done excellent demonstrations of ships going over the horizon, showing that what we see is what we expect to see with the globe Earth. All you've done is gone, well, that doesn't make sense to me, therefore it's wrong.
Again, if something was going down, if something was being or disappearing because it was being obstructed by the curve of the Earth, I would see it go away from me at an angle.
No, again, because the horizon is not including refraction. The horizon's like 3 odd miles away. All right, 1 degree is 69 miles. You are not going to see a tilt.
Well, I don't believe in a physical geometric horizon.
Whether you believe it or not is irrelevant. It's there. And for the purposes of the conversation, we assume that it's there because we're talking about if it was there.
Do we ever see the physical geometric horizon?
You never see the physical anything of anything. Right?
What does that even mean?
Here's something that blows the minds of flat earthers. Hold your hand out in front of your face. Do you think you're seeing your hand? No, you're not. Your hand is going through. Your hand is traveling through a medium that has variations in density and temperature. There's refraction going on between your hand and your eyes. So the light that's bounced off your hand to come to your eyes has gone through varying densities of a medium. It's undergone refraction. Not only that, the light has taken time to travel from your hand to your eyes. You never, ever see the physical anything. You see something that has been refracted. You see something that light has bounced off of and traveled to your eyes.
I can touch my hand and correlate it. I can see that, okay, what I'm seeing here, there's some texture, there's some lines on my hand, there's some scars on my hand.
Yeah,
okay,
it doesn't mean that you can physically see it, though, does it? You're moving the goalposts there.
It's not unseen anymore. It's something I can verify with myself.
It doesn't change the fact that you don't physically see it. Right?
There's textures on my hand. There's textures on my hand.
That's irrelevant to the point. The point is what you see. We're talking about your eyes. You said, do you see the geometric horizon? Right? So we're just talking about what we see. You don't see anything physical. You see light bouncing off of things. That is it.
Is there anything I can do? Let me rephrase that then. Is there anything I can do to physically interact with this geometric horizon, this curve obstruction where the Earth falls away from me? Can I do anything to interact with that?
The horizon will always be further away from you. You can never reach the horizon.
Yeah, it's an optical effect.
No, it's an effect of the fact that you're standing on a sphere, which means that you can see a circle equidistant around you.
No, it's an optical effect. It is caused by the termination of our perspective.
No, it's not. It's
an
effect of the curve of the Earth.
You can see like these obscene distances that the globe Earther claims. We can see the sun however many
that's
miles
right.
away.
You don't believe that refraction lifts things up, do you?
Well, I believe refraction certainly distorts an image. I don't believe that refraction can bring buildings, if we're talking about, these observations across bodies of water, that it can pick up buildings from behind the curve and make it look like
what
as
do
if
you
it's
base that on?
across the horizon. This is not even provable. It's not like, can you show me any experiment where you have a spherical object and you have something, let's say, protruding out of that spherical object, and the image being projected up in a straight line to an observer behind a curve? Show me that. Okay, sure.
2 secs. Let me get the video up. I love it when you ask me things that I have ready. So, the claim of the globe and refraction is that things that are hidden behind the curve are lifted up above the curve by refraction, right? That's what we claim. So, someone went...
lifted up and leveled out, and it makes it look like as if there is no curve.
Yeah, absolutely. So, oh, that's the wrong one.
There's this type of refraction that makes the Earth look flat as if there's no curve.
Yeah, right. Let me zoom in so you can see.
Yeah, okay. It's an illusion. It's a mirage.
So, here, right, we've got a can. Oh, is it? It's not showing the right thing. Hold on. Okay. We've got a can here, right? You see the can? And the can has 3 bits of plasticine on. You got yellow at the bottom, you got red in the middle, and you got some greeny blue at the top. Okay? Now this can is hidden behind a curved surface. There you saw the curved surface of the propane tank, whatever it was. So there's the big old curved surface. Here we go. Big old curved surface with something just behind it. Most of it hidden by the horizon. Okay? So what you can see is just that greeny blue bit. We know that just below this greeny blue bit there's a yellow strip and there's a red strip, right? And right now they are hidden by the curve of this tank. Do we agree? We all on board?
Yeah, they're obstructed by the tank, which has a curved surface.
Cool, right. So, our claim is that refraction, which is caused by varying densities and temperatures in the air, especially when it's cold and over water, has the effect of lifting things up above the curve and making it appear as though the Earth is bigger than it is, which is what refraction tends to do. So what this guy did in this experiment was to induce some refraction by making the air above this bit here colder and denser. And watch what happens. So he pours on this butane gas, which is about 0 degrees centigrade, and that causes a refractive index. Here we go. Oh, look at that. The refraction just round here, where the air is now denser and colder.
Okay, well, right now.
Wait, hold on, let me finish the explanation.
I'm seeing a massive distortion. Okay.
Of course, there's distortion. Of course there is, but what you see right now.
Yeah, I'm seeing a massive. I'm seeing a.
Wait, let me finish the point, okay? So what you see is that there is a refractive index has been created. There's a colder, denser layer of air, and the bits that were hidden, that were behind the curve, is now above the curve. Yeah, there's a distortion because they have induced some extreme refractive effects. Okay, but like our claim, the things that were hidden behind,
where the red comes back up,
the things that are hidden behind the curve have now come above the curve. So here we do it again. He does it a couple of times to show you. So here we go. We're inducing large refractive effects. Oh, when the air was cold and dense, you could see the thing that was behind the curve, which is what happens when there's a cold, dense layer of air, like over water. It allows things to be lifted up. And he does it again just to show. You can see the reds. But we know that that's hidden behind the curve. That is refraction. That is what happens. When you have...
rewind again to the beginning. I want to see the actual structure itself. What's it called? That tube that's covered with the Play-Doh or whatever.
Oh, right. The thing. Here we go. So it's just a can. I think it's a WD-40 can. And you've got the yellow, the red, and the green. And it's hidden. And he puts it behind this curved surface. And we can only see the green. The rest of it, the red and the yellow, they're hidden behind that curve. But when we increase the refractive effects, like what happens on Earth when it's cold and stuff near the water. The things that were hidden behind the curve are no longer.
Well, this is clearly a mirage of some kind. It has some kind
Refraction,
of like
yeah.
holographic. Yeah, it's like a holographic. It's obviously distorted. When I'm looking at these buildings across massive bodies of water, there's no distortion other than some minor magnification because I'm looking through water. These are very clearly the skylines that we're seeing of those cities.
Well, you notice that you can't really see the bottom, and in general, actually, there is distortions. So let me show you. Here we go. All right, 1 second. Let me change the screen back. All right, so that video is a demonstration that refraction does what we say it does. Okay, now one of the most excellent Flerf debunkers in the world, Red's Rhetoric, lives in Florida, near Tampa Bay, and he made this video. Let me show you. So he's got a. Let me turn that volume down. I don't need that. Right. So he is on one side of Tampa Bay, looking to the other. Okay. And he's using a Nikon P100, a P1000. Sorry. There we go. So this is the camera that he was using, and he's looking across the bay towards Tampa, right? And you can see the buildings on the horizon. Now, based on the maths, a lot of these buildings should be really hidden. You shouldn't be able to see as much as you do, but you do. You do see them. And you can see that there is some slight distortion, right? Would you agree?
Yeah, sure. We're looking through a large amount of water, so it's going to cause some kind of.
But this is generally what you see when you see. Oh, we shouldn't be able to see this. This is when you look closely, there will be some slight distortion and stuff, just like we see here. Now this is a picture taken a lot closer up. Okay, a lot closer. You can obviously see all the things there. And the only difference here is how far away they were when the pictures were taken. So once he's gone back really far away from Tampa Bay, the bottom of it is gone. You can't see the bottom of those buildings anymore. I mean, you shouldn't see a lot of it based on the maths, but refraction has brought a lot of it up above the surface. Just like when we see the famous "This is a mirage" clip, right? The buildings that you see in the distance they're distorted. The bottoms aren't there. There's refraction happening, and it matches what we expect to happen. I've shown you that refraction does what we say that it does, that it can lift things up from behind a curved surface. And I've also shown you that there will be slight distortions, even on good days. But the only difference between these pictures...
what was it? Now that I think about it, that canister with the little ribbons of Play-Doh attached to it, it's not exactly analogous to what is going on the globe Earth in your theory.
In what way?
It's not analogous because you have this canister, so you have this curved object, and what is it called? No, you have that, what is it, the propane tank or whatever, the thing that's blocking the Play-Doh thing.
Yeah.
Okay. You have that propane tank or whatever it is, and then you have the can behind it. The can is not fixated to this rounded surface. I'd like to see that. I'd like to see something with that like attached to the rounded surface of the can. The tank or whatever.
It's the same thing, but it's just demonstrating that when something is behind the curved surface, it will be brought up above it, right? I suppose he could stick something to that and the same thing would happen. It would be, I guess, a lot smaller effect because it's a lot closer. But Earth's really big. So I think that's why he did it that way. There's also other videos I can send you. There's a guy who did a similar thing just on his driveway, which has a curve in it. And he just poured literally just cold water and brought the things that were behind the curve of his driveway into vision. Because that's what refraction does. That's what we expect refraction to do. So when you say that when any flat earther says, "Oh, we can see too far," well, no, we can see refraction. Refraction happens, and it matches the predictions of the heliocentric model. So not only is the surface of the water curved, but we can see things behind curved surfaces because of that. Right, horizon rises to eye level. That was one thing you said, right?
The horizon, I would actually probably reword that in my book a little bit. The horizon rises to eye level, and it levels out, it flattens out, it extends out as we go, as our elevation increases.
What do you mean it extends out?
It extends out. There's no curve that we see. It just continually remains flat as we go up.
Really? But
any amateur footage, it's just flat all the way across the land.
Apart from this amateur footage that my friend Mr. Sensible took, of course.
What's the altitude on this?
35,000 feet.
Then how come with the Felix Baumgartner and Dogcam sport footage we're at over 100,000 feet and we can still see it
they
flat?
were GoPro cameras not designed to see a curve. This is
not designed to see a curve. If there was a physical geometric curve, you would see it.
No, again, they were like fisheye lenses. They're going to be distorting what's there. They weren't level in any way. Nothing in the Felix Baumgartner Red Bull flight was designed to see the curve of the Earth in any way. However, what
possibly could they do which would flatten out a... I mean, if we're seeing this
fisheye lenses would do that.
Dramatic curve at
fisheye lens, right?
Feet,
hold on. A fisheye lens.
Feet, it should be even more dramatic and pronounced.
A fisheye lens can flatten out a curve. Simple. You do know that, right?
I have not seen evidence of this. No.
Really?
I mean, what is it called?
That's literally what fisheye lenses do.
The shot.
35,000 meters, not 1,000 feet. Sorry, that's 35,000 feet meters. Right. Anyway, so
how much is that? How much is that in feet? Let me convert.
I'm not sure. Echo. What is 35,000 kilometers in feet?
Feet in kilometers. In
115,000 feet.
What are we? Are we looking at 35,000?
This is 35,000 kilometers, 115,000 feet. All right, Echo, stop.
35,000 kilometers?
Yeah. 35 kilometers. 35,000 meters. Yeah, so 35 kilometers, 115,000 feet. And this is specifically the most non-fisheye lens that they could find. Okay? And those two strings that you see along the middle are actually strings that are in front of the camera that are tight. They are straight, right? And as it went up, it saw in between those strings that the Earth was curved, that there was a curve to the horizon as you rose up more and more. The curve stayed that way, whether it was above or below, meaning that there's no barrel distortion that would have been causing the curve to be that way. And this is, whenever anyone says, "Oh, the horizon's not curved," well, explain what that is to me then.
Well, I don't know. Who's the one who put this video together?
Mr. Sensible, let me get the video for you. Mr. Sensible Mage. Good friend of mine. He put this together. There were 3 cameras on... 3 cameras on the device that he sent up. 2 were fisheye, 1 was non-fisheye. And this is the non-fisheye one that we are looking at. Right, here we go. So, let me get up Mr. Sensible's video for you. So, this is old baldy Mr. Sensible. and they did the Mage 2 project. Here is the apparatus that they used, that they built and put up there. As you can see, you've got these strings across the middle here that are tight. They are straight. Right?
Mr. Sensible.
Yeah. The camera looking in between these strings is the non-fisheye camera. There's another camera that looks straight up towards the balloon, and there's one that looks out the back that are both fisheye. And they sent it up. And got higher and higher. Interestingly, you also see the atmospheric pressure drop more and more, which is always fun. Here's a good shot of the balloon.
What was that? It was concave for a second there.
Yeah, like I said, there's 3 cameras. Okay, the 2 cameras at the top here that you see are fisheye lens, but the one with the strings aren't. So the fisheye ones are just for the nice view. This camera with the strings on it will never show it go concave. It's always convex the whole time. But I just wanted to show you as it switches and goes to the balloon. As it falling down. Right, so that's going to be convex, right? You're going to see convex in the shot from this camera because it is a fisheye, the one on the top left, which it switches to just in a sec. That's it falling. Right, so this camera that I'm displaying now, this one is fisheye, right? So this one that's looking up at the balloon, as it falls, you see the Earth looking concave and everything, right? You know, it goes crazy. But that's because that is a fisheye lens. But the lens with the camera, with the strings in front of it, no matter what, the whole time, the Earth always stays convex. Above, below, to the side, doesn't matter.
And how much did you say this was? 115,000 feet?
Yeah.
Well, this again would contradict what we see with the Felix Baumgartner, which is slightly higher, I think, even in elevation. That experiment.
Again, what you don't understand is the Felix Baumgartner. It wasn't designed to show you anything. It wasn't designed to show you the curve of the Earth or what it looks like. There was no non-fisheye lenses on his capsule. All his lenses were GoPro fisheye lenses that aren't going to show you the true shape of the Earth. They're fisheye. Like I just showed you, fisheye lenses go crazy, right? But this lens,
the one that was in his capsule did not look fisheye to me.
No, they were all fisheye,
including the one in the capsule.
Yep, all of them. They were all GoPro.
I would need a citation for that or to verify that myself.
But yeah, please do verify it yourself. But here we go. So there's the money shot from Mr. Sensible. I think that's about 35,300 meters there. 0.05% atmospheres. Negative 0.2 degrees centigrade. And definite curve of the horizon. So it refutes your position that the horizon always flattens out. It does not when you actually use proper equipment.
Well, I don't know. I've not been able to verify the equipment that this guy is using. I'd have to analyze.
All the details of the cameras are available on this video. The entire uncut flight is there as well.
And again, this comes back down to this doesn't match my experience whatsoever.
And what experience do you have?
My experience, this idea that the Earth is a curved body which is rotating around, I don't see this. This is contradictory to my own evidence that I see in my own life.
So you're just going to ignore it?
I've never felt the motion and rotation of the Earth.
Again, so we discussed that you shouldn't feel the motion.
I would have to disregard this and go with the testimony of my senses.
That is highly dishonest.
That's not dishonest.
Oh, it absolutely is. I'm showing you evidence. And just because it doesn't agree with your position, you're going to dismiss it? That is intellectual dishonesty.
I talk about it in the Flat Earth Manifesto that I'm very comfortable. Flat Earthers have their footage proving the Flat Earth. You guys have your footage proving the globe.
There is no footage proving the Flat Earth.
I'm saying their claim. The flat earthers claim certain things prove the earth is flat. You're saying, globe earthers will claim you have your footage which proves the earth is a globe. I'm perfectly comfortable tossing out all of this footage and the internet entirely for this debate. What are we left with at the end of the day? Do I know that the earth is rotating? Do I sense or intuit it in any way? No, I don't.
Again, you shouldn't. There's nothing in your body that would let you know that, so that's a really bad argument.
I don't believe that.
Whether you believe it or not is irrelevant. There is no biological mechanism to do what you say.
I'm telling you why I don't believe that. If I'm going in a circle, if I'm traveling in a circular motion or a rotating motion at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, whatever the number is that they give you, and on top of that, I'm not covered by anything. My surroundings are open. There's no firmament around me or anything. There's no window or anything sealing me into some container. Then I'm going to feel it.
Why would you feel it? You're just saying you would feel it, but there's no reason for you to feel it. There is no biological mechanism in your body that can feel it. You're just making it up.
Every time I've traveled in a roundabout, I felt it.
Right, again, go around the roundabout once in 24 hours.
Go around the roundabout at 1,000 miles per hour, you'll feel it. And on top of that...
Again, right, no, go 1,000 miles an hour, right, but around in a circle in 24 hours. You're still not going to feel it because the centrifugal acceleration is the thing that you feel, and that is tiny.
I'm not going to feel 1,000 miles an hour.
No, you don't feel constant velocities.
There's multiple motions going on.
You don't feel, again, yeah, but again, we talked about that. You're kind of doing the Flerf reset thing. I've explained to you that what you feel is the forces involved, and when you actually calculate the forces involved, they are tiny, right? So you can't just dismiss evidence because you don't believe it. Actually do the maths and figure out what you should feel. Now, you're wrong.
Well,
everything you've said so far is wrong. I've disproven.
You got to send me the citations for that. I'm not just going to take your word for it.
Citations for what?
Citations for all this stuff that you're telling me that I wouldn't feel. I wouldn't
feel
the motion
of the
Earth at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. Also at the same
do the
time
maths. My citation
sun,
is the actual maths involved. Calculate the forces involved. And then you will find out what you should... Well, you can do it in your own time. But when you calculate the forces involved, and you see how tiny they are, you find out that there's no reason for you to feel these things. Your body does not have the ability to feel forces of such tiny magnitude.
Okay, so you're pretty much assenting to the first argument in the book that, at least in regards to the Earth being stationary, that our unmanipulated experience tells us that the Earth is stationary.
Well, no, my experience tells me that the Earth is rotating because I've measured it.
You just admitted to me that our bodies are insufficient for
our bodies aren't measuring
the
tools.
Movements of the Earth.
Yeah, why would I rely on my senses? My senses are useless.
There you go. I don't believe that. I believe my senses are incredibly useful for interpreting the world around me.
Really?
That is the position.
Right, okay, here we go. I am using my senses. Hold on, Wahid. I am using my senses right now, and I can't see you. My senses aren't very good, right? Do you think your sense of smell is good? No, it's not. Your sense of smell is shit compared to 99% of the species on the planet. Do you think that you've got a good sense of taste? No, you don't. Your senses are terrible. Your senses are not designed to measure the rotation of the Earth. Trying to use your senses to do such a thing is nonsensical. They're not designed to do that. We have tools to do measurements. You can't just rely on your senses because your senses do not tell you anything.
The heliocentric cosmology is an abandonment of the idea that our senses are reliable for intuiting the world around us.
Well, they're not though. They're really not. Your senses, that's why we have tools. And it's not heliocentrism that came up with tools.
That's where we fundamentally disagree. I believe that my senses are reliable for intuiting the world around
you're just wrong about that. You do not have senses that allowed you to do that.
God has given me my senses so that I can understand things around me. So long as I'm not experiencing some
God gave you senses that nobody else has.
I can trust their testimony.
Wait, so God gave you senses that no one else has, right?
People in general.
No, people don't have those senses. Those senses don't exist. You are making it up.
What do you mean? We have our basic senses:
Yeah, but our
sight,
senses are not
hearing, touch,
designed, or
taste,
our
smell,
senses are not
etc.,
designed,
etc.
or do not have the ability to determine if the Earth is rotating. There is not. You cannot use your senses to do that because there's nothing in your senses that have that ability. By the way, we're up to 1,200
That's
watching.
that's an
Doom.
that's an unfalsifiable theory.
No, it's not. It's a fact that you don't have senses that could determine that. There is no biological mechanism in your body that can determine that. If you are claiming that there is, then you have the burden of proof to tell me which biological mechanism has the ability to pick up such small accelerations.
My body is able to pick up when I'm traveling 1,000, not even 1,000, 100 miles per hour at the freeway.
No, it's not. Your body has no ability to
Sorry,
pick up constant...
if I'm traveling in a circle with a car, around a roundabout with not even close
Again,
to the
right.
speeds that the Earth is traveling, my body picks it up. I know. I move.
Not if you are going the
door.
speed.
I get
Earth's going
I
slow.
get thrown to the side
Earth's
of it.
going really, really slow. If you were going 1,000 miles an hour and went round in a circle that is the circumference of the equator, you would not feel it.
1,000 miles per hour is slow.
That relatively, yeah, that's pretty damn slow. But again, 1,000 miles an hour is a constant velocity in a straight line. The rotational velocity of Earth, 0.000694 RPM. What are the forces involved? What is the centrifugal acceleration that you would feel going 1,000 miles an hour in a circle the circumference of the equator in 24 hours? Do those calculations and actually look at what the forces are involved, and then go and find out if there's any biological mechanism in your body which could sense that. The answer will be no. You are making assumptions that just aren't true. All right.
All right. Well, I guess we can move on to another issue because we fundamentally disagree.
Stars never change. Well, that's wrong. So celestial navigation is based on the fact that we've been charting the moving stars for hundreds of years. Polaris, for instance, has actually shifted quite a distance in the past 600-700 years since celestial navigation's been a thing. In fact, sailors in 10 AD reported the North Celestial Point as devoid of stars. Since that time, Polaris has come into position to be the North Star. The nautical almanacs used by sailors for celestial navigations for hundreds of years contain the charted positions of stars that have changed. mctoon.net/Polaris.
There's a very slow change with the great year. I don't know how long is it, 24,000 years or 26,000 years.
Exactly what we expect,
What I mean to say there is that generally speaking, the stars have a very reliable regularity that we can use for navigation purposes. I'm not saying they don't move.
Yeah,
Perhaps
absolutely.
that's a colloquial wording when I say the stars don't change. What I mean to say is that they have a very reliable fixed pattern of movement which we can use for navigation.
Yep, matching the predictions of the heliocentric model.
You got to push the stars out to millions and millions of miles away in order for that to work.
We've done parallax measurements and we've done relativistic Doppler measurements to determine the distance to stars.
As far as I know, every single measurement, that so-called measurement that has been brought up to determine these millions of miles of distance between us and the stars, supposedly, these are based on theoretical notions of how light travels.
No, there's theoretical notions of how light travels. Sorry.
There's only...
Wait, one sec. I need to address that. Theoretical notions of how light travels. There is no theoretical notions of how light travels. We know how light travels. It travels at 300,000 kilometers per second. 300,000 kilometers, per second. 180,000 miles per second. There is no...
The nature of light and how it travels. There's never been as far as I know, there's never been a sensible theory on explaining light, and what we have now.
It's a self-propagating electromagnetic wave. I don't understand
the wave particle duality, right?
That's different to light traveling.
No, it's pertinent to the issue of light traveling.
No, it's not.
Either it's a corpuscle, it is a corpuscle, a kind of ballistic bullet traveling through space, or it is a wave traveling through a medium.
It is something that displays properties of both a wave and a particle.
That's
But
a
when it's just
contradiction.
traveling through a medium, it's an electromagnetic wave. That's it.
So it changes?
Wave particle duality shows that it can display properties of both a wave and a particle.
Wave particle duality is a contradiction. You can't have
It's
both.
really
It
not
shows
a
that you don't
contradiction. It's
understand what light
experimentally
is.
demonstrated. But again, that's nothing to do with how light travels. We know how light travels because it's a self-propagating electromagnetic wave.
And also, you believe that light travels at millions and millions of miles, and I've never seen that. You know, if I take a flashlight and I light it, I turn it on, the light terminates at some point.
So the slow-mo guys actually used a camera that records in like millions of frames to capture the movement of light. We know that light travels. The fact that you and I are talking right now is based on our knowledge of how light travels.
No, it's not. It's based on trial and error, people trying things out. And
No, it's
figuring
not.
out
It's
how these
based on the
machines and
knowledge
computers-
of how it works. We know it works,
No,
and we can manipulate it.
It's based on trial and error, and it's had certain metaphysical presuppositions thrown onto it.
No,
Just like
no,
example,
it's not. We can manipulate how the light travels. We know how light travels.
We know things fall to the earth. Okay,
We're talking
we
about
know
light
things
here.
fall
Let's
to the
stick with
earth at a
light.
certain rate, and then you start attaching this metaphysical theory of gravity. This is how things have worked. This is how these
There's
theories have
nothing
been developed
metaphysical
through
about
trial and error.
gravity. Right, you're kind of jumping around points here right now. We're talking about light.
You haven't even defined to me what gravity is.
I did. You just don't like the definition. That's kind of a you problem.
No, you gave me a description of the mathematics. You didn't tell me what it is.
Doesn't
Newton and Einstein have very different definitions of what gravity is.
it doesn't matter what it actually is. That doesn't matter to the fact that we know it exists. All right. If you want a different description, it is a distortion in space-time that makes things that are traveling in a straight line follow a geodesic.
There you go. So that's the Einsteinian definition, and that is purely metaphysical in nature.
No, it's demonstrated to be factual by the Eddington experiment of 1919.
This is a reification fallacy. You're taking literally
No,
nothing.
I mean, you just used a fallacy. Right, we're not doing that. We're not doing fallacies, by the way.
This is a reif. Okay, I won't use the word fallacy. This is a reification. You are taking an abstract concept
We're not doing that. We're not doing that. Calling things fallacy, right? Because that's a Nathan Oakley tactic. What you did there is called the fallacy fallacy.
I've never watched
right?
anything of Nathan Oakley before.
Well, you just use his words like literally exactly. But what you did there was actually
I've watched one of his debates once, and I couldn't watch it because
what you did there was actually called the fallacy, trying to say because you think something is a fallacy, it invalidates an argument, which is not how things work in science. So
I didn't say because I think
there's no reifications going on, right? We know that mass warps space-time because it's been experimentally demonstrated, first in the Eddington experiment of 1919.
Okay, let's define. Let me see the standard definition for reification. Okay, there you go.
Again,
So,
it doesn't matter if you
that came up
perceive it to be a reification.
the
It doesn't
act-
matter.
the act-
right? I'm not talking about fallacies.
The act of treating something, okay, it's a reification. The act of treating something abstract, such as an idea, relation, system, or quality, etc., as if it were a concrete object. Okay.
Yeah, I haven't done
Space is
that.
an abstraction.
No, it's
yeah,
not.
you have. You've taken space. This is an
No,
abstraction.
you are just you're saying it's an
and you're
abstraction, but it's
ascribing
not
it the
real.
quality of bending.
No, again,
Being distorted.
Space-time. Space-time is something that exists. Wait, hold on, stop. Right.
Time can be bent? What does this even mean?
Hold on. There is no reifications at all. Space-time is something that can be manipulated, that has been demonstrated to be factual via experimentation. There is no reification. We have demonstrated it to be factual.
It is a reification because space.
We have demonstrated it to be factual. You
do realize that is a contradiction in terms.
No, again,
pure
why are you ignoring the words that come out of my mouth? We have demonstrated it to be factual. We have experimentally shown that space-time is warped by mass. This is
Okay,
it's
show me.
The,
Show,
the Eddington
show me. Show
the
me
Eddington
space
experiment
and
of
time.
1919.
Show me. What, are you talking about the Einstein thing?
No, I'm talking about the Eddington experiment of
Oh,
1919
the Eddington.
that
Okay,
shows that
no, I'm not-
space-time is warped by mass.
Okay, but explain to me the experiment.
So you don't even... You've been studying Flat Earth for so long, yet you don't know any of these talking points. This is actually blowing my mind. Like, the Eddington experiment showed that mass warps space-time.
Would you agree with me on this? Space and time are woven together in a fabric.
They are intrinsically connected.
What is the nature of this connection?
I don't know.
Like these are
space-time is 4 dimensions.
As if
There's nothing abstract about it at all. Nothing abstract about it at all.
Purely abstract.
No, it's not.
Space-time
is not abstract.
Since the pre-Socratic philosophers, the pre-Socratic Greek philosophers.
I don't. Right, you're right. Space-time is simple. It is the 3 dimensions of space: up, down, out. X, Y, Z, and the 1 dimension of time. None of those things are like metaphysical or anything. They are real things.
You just basically told me mathematics. That this is like the X, Y, and Z. Mathematics is also an abstraction.
It's reality. X, Y, and Z axes exist in reality. X, Y, Z. Those are things that exist. I just gave them names of X, Y, Z. All right, don't get afraid of mathematics. You really shouldn't be afraid of maths.
Those are simply pragmatic descriptions.
All right, let's call them unicorn, hippopotamus, and zebra then, okay? How about that? Does it matter? It doesn't matter. What matters is there is 3 dimensions of space and 1 dimension of time. And that is space-time. Simple. And space-time can be manipulated by mass. Experimentally demonstrated via the Eddington experiment of 1919.
Explain to me the experiment.
They determined...
Show me space and time and it being bent by mass.
The Eddington experiment of 1919, again.
Are you going to tell me what this experiment entails?
Yeah, they looked at the sun during an eclipse and saw that the stars that should be behind the sun were actually able to be seen because the light was bent by the gravity of the star, our star, the sun, matching the predictions of Einstein's bending of space and time via gravitational mass.
So basically, so what they saw in this Eddington experiment is they saw, okay, this star which we normally don't see because it's behind the sun. Now we see it, right? That's what they saw with their eyes.
Matching the predictions, right? It should be behind the star. Obviously, when there's an eclipse, it's really hard. I'm talking. Wait, hold on. It matched the predictions. This is science. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but this is what science does. Science makes predictions.
I am familiar with this. I think this.
Well, there we go. So that's how science works. Science does predictions and then tests those predictions. The prediction was that the star that should be hidden behind the sun will be able to be seen, and the best way to see it is when there's an eclipse, because it will allow you to see the things that are around the edge of the sun much better than when the sun's actually there. So they use the eclipse.
Predictability does not prove a theory is true.
Okay, science uses predictions. Are you not familiar with like how science, like the scientific method works?
I've looked into the scientific method, certainly.
Well, that's very important to this entire discussion because that's about how science works. Do you know what the 5 steps of the scientific method are?
The scientific method is fallacious.
It's nothing fallacious about the scientific method. It's how science works. Again, that's also a Nathan Oakley thing.
It's built on induction, and it's built on the assumption that what was I looking to say? I totally blanked out for a second.
I mean, if you think the scientific method...
It's built on the assumption that predictability equals truth. That because a theory is predictable...
no, that's incorrect.
Therefore, it is the truth.
No, you've just strawmanned what the scientific method is. Scientific method just seeks to try and disprove a hypothesis. That's it. It doesn't determine what is truth. Science never proves anything. Science doesn't care about proof. Science tries to disprove things, and if it fails, for the time being, we accept that as the best bit of evidence, and we go with that until some better evidence comes along. That's what science does.
Well, I mean, that's not how you've been behaving throughout this entire debate.
It's exactly how I've been behaving.
As if the globe, Earth, and relativity and gravity, that these are all indelible facts. You have not been behaving with that level of
I present evidence for my position. I am taking the position of the Earth being a globe. So, for the purposes of the argument, of course I am.
Evidence for my position.
Well, you haven't so far. You've just said you
I have.
disagree with a lot of things.
We went through the points in my book.
Yeah, I've refuted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The stars never changing. I mean, the thing with the stars is that they're close to us. All the stars that you see in the night sky, they're close to us, moving through the galaxy with us, maintaining their positions relative to us, pretty much. There is shifts because obviously parallax and everything and different rotational velocities, and that's why the stars, the positions shift over time, but they absolutely do change over time. Interesting that you brought up celestial navigation though, right?
I want to address that point. This is a theory that the stars are trillions of miles or millions or whatever ridiculous number with all these zeros at the end of it that you guys assert that the stars are. This is a theory. Nobody could know that.
Well, again, we measured the distance to the stars.
The only way to know the measurement of anything is to actually measure it with a measuring tape.
Wait, you think measuring tape is the only way to measure things?
Measuring tape or rod, I think these.
So I couldn't use radar to measure the distance to something.
The only surefire way to actually know the size of something.
So are you saying that I couldn't measure the distance to something with radar?
Radar is built on GPS, and if I'm not mistaken.
No. What the fuck?
Okay. Explain to me how they measure. I need to check all these
radar.
Citations,
do you know what radar is?
No, I've never looked into it.
Radar is not GPS. That's fucking sure. Radar, is what planes use to see when there's things around them.
I don't care.
They send out electromagnetic waves and it bounces off things and comes back. Right? That's what radar is.
Electromagnetic waves that bounces off things and comes back.
Yeah. Am I really having to explain what radar is?
Yeah, I don't know. I've never looked into it. I don't care for radar.
It's electromagnetic waves that travel at the speed of light. Okay? And it's used in aviation. Every plane has, it's what air traffic control use to see where the planes are and stuff, Wow. You think the only way you can measure things is with a measuring tape or a rod?
Measuring tape or rod or some kind of apparatus that gives me a reference point for how long things are.
Wow.
I don't think we can. I don't think there's any way to measure something that's millions of miles away. That's a theory.
Well, it's not a theory. You can do it with many different ways, and I keep telling you one way, relativistic Doppler measurements, but you just ignore that because you don't know what it means.
Relativistic Doppler measurements. Okay, what kind of equipment am I going to need in order to do that?
Something that can see the shifting of light as stars are moving away from us. Simple as that.
And this tells you how far the stars are?
Yeah. That mixed with parallax measurements. There's many ways to determine how far away the stars are. Just because you don't believe it doesn't mean it isn't true.
Right. You're bringing in all this debate is we are presenting our evidence as to why we've come to the conclusions that we have. And the main conclusion why I've come to that's brought me to the conclusion that the Earth is flat stationary is, of course, first and foremost is the Scriptures, the Word of God, and secondly because the Scriptures comport with my day-to-day experience.
I mean,
I have no reason
the Bible
to
says the
believe
Earth's a globe.
that the Earth is. What was that?
The Bible says the Earth's a globe.
The Bible does not say the Earth is a globe. I dedicate over 100 pages.
100% the Bible
and
says the Earth's a
Quran.
globe. I could read you the passage right now.
Let's go.
This. In fact, there's several passages that say it. Okay, let me bring this up on screen so you can see. Now, I know what you're going to do. You're going to go, oh, well, that's a Bible that I don't think is a proper Bible, but who gets to determine which is the real Bible and which isn't? So,
Well, that's a straw man. You're inserting words in my mouth that I haven't said yet.
I don't think you know what a straw man is, but anyway. So, here we go. The Bible says the earth is spherical. God sits high above the round ball of earth. Isaiah 40:22 from the Message, which is a Bible. Bible says the earth is a globe. Isaiah 40:22 from the Message. God sits high above the round ball of earth. The people look like mere ants. He stretches out the skies like a canvas. Yes, like a tent canvas to live under. Or we could go with a different translation, the Peshitta Holy Bible. And him who sits on the sphere of the earth and its inhabitants are like
Okay,
grasshoppers.
that
who
specific word in
who
Hebrew,
stretched out the heavens like a vaulted ball and stretched them out as a tent for dwelling. We go to the Doe Rains Bible. It is he that sitteth upon the globe of the earth, and the inhabitants thereof are as locusts. He that stretcheth out the heavens as nothing, and spreadeth them out as a tent to dwell in.
Okay, so yeah, that these Bibles that you're cherry picking, that is true. These are not a proper translation because the
Oh,
word
right,
ball,
they're not the translation that you like. Right, I see.
not that I like. The word ball appears previously in a previous chapter in Isaiah where I think God says something like, I will toss thee around the nation like a ball or something. The word for ball is completely different than what's used here. The proper translation of that is circle.
Nope. Actually, when you look at the actual translations of the original text, they say ball.
No, because that's
Yeah.
not consistent with everything else the Bible describes the earth as. The Bible describes the earth as having corners. The Bible describes the earth as being
No,
stationary.
the Bible
This is
describes
not-
what they could see.
This is not
at that
matching
point.
with the rest of it.
Here's the thing,
So we
right?
automatically
Here's
know
the
this is a
thing.
ridiculous
Here's the thing.
translation.
Here's the
Let me-
thing,
let me-
right?
let me reference
the
it.
Bible is not a science book and should not be referenced for anything scientific, including the shape of the earth. The Bible was not designed to determine the shape of the earth. The Bible is simply some things written by some sheep herders several thousand years ago that thought there was a magic man in the sky. That's it.
No, the Bible. I wouldn't say the Bible per se, because I believe in the Quran, that the Quran is the perfect word of God. Yeah, the Quran is a book of science. It is a book of
Definitely
truth,
not.
and it is
100%
sufficient for us
not.
to determine the nature of
The
the earth.
But the Quran
absolutely.
says that fish are birds are bees. The birds are insects or something, right? There's many things that the Quran
No,
says scientifically that are completely and utterly wrong.
There's no such statement in the Quran that birds are insects.
Maybe not insects. Bats are birds and things like that, and it talks about the different species in the sea and gets a lot of that completely wrong. It talks about the biology of the human body and gets it all completely
Bats are
wrong.
not mentioned in the Quran. As far as I'm aware, there's no bat even mentioned once in the Quran.
So, I mean, nothing religious should be used as science. There's nothing scientific in the Quran. I mean, like I said, I'd like to stick to actual
The Quran is the
evidence
revealed
of
word
stuff.
of God. It's perfectly sufficient for even scientific matters.
Which God?
The one true God. There's only one God.
Most of humanity would disagree with you. There's about 17,000 gods that humans worship. What makes yours the right
There's
one?
only one who created the heavens and the earth.
Well,
You can call him whatever name you want. To him belong the most beautiful names. Whether you call him Allah,
there's lots
Allah
of other.
in Arabic means God.
Why
whether we call him
is your
God,
God right though?
Whether we call
when
whether
other
whether
gods
whether
aren't?
we whether we
You're just
call him
making it
whether
up.
we call him Bhagwan. Bhagwan also means God.
Yeah, but
That's the
again,
word they use in the Indian subcontinent.
there's over 17,000 gods that humans worship. Why is yours the right one?
Clearly, this God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, clearly this God of this tremendous tradition, this one God, his name has spread farther than any other God on the face of the earth. All these local
So
gods
that makes it the
people have
right
made up,
God?
these
I mean,
false
that's just a
deities.
bit ignorant and arrogant, really,
Yeah,
to claim that your God is the one true God.
These false deities that people worship, like
Oh, you
I
claim
don't
they're
know,
false
they-
deities,
they-
but the others would say that they're
the
not.
Hindu-
So that's just a
Can I
bit
finish
ignorant
my
and
point?
arrogant again,
May
right?
I finish my point?
You can try. I mean,
These other
again,
deities,
religion is pointless.
These other deities that people worship, like Vishnu and Shiva and Krishna and all these things, very clearly these are local deities. They are colored by local flavor. They have not gone
Local
far
flavor.
past
That's highly offensive to many people. The creation.
Deities, I don't care.
Do you know
It's
how many
the
different
truth.
creation myths there are for humanity? Why is
You're
yours
just
the right
virtue
one?
signaling right now by saying that it's offensive. I'm speaking the truth.
Well, no,
I'm saying
you're speaking what you think is the truth because you've been brainwashed by religion, right?
Myths, these deities, you know, Vishnu, Shiva, or whatever the native deities are, they have not gone anywhere past their locality.
Let's get back
This
to
God,
the empirical evidence.
This God of the Quran and the Bible, his name has spread over the entire earth. He has clearly demonstrated himself to be superior to all other deities, which have not moved past their locality.
Praise the
and have been lost
holy
with the wind
spaghetti
sweeps of time.
Anyway, let's get back to the empirical evidence bit. Because when we were talking about stars and they were changing, you mentioned celestial navigation. Wow, celestial navigation kills the flat Earth.
Does it really?
Oh, 100%. So, again, I am a sailor. I was in the Royal Navy for many years. Before that, I was in sailing clubs. I've done about 1,000 hours of practical celestial navigation using a sextant, and the entire thing is based on the Earth being a globe, and it works. Celestial navigation kills the flat Earth.
Predictability.
No, nothing about predictability.
Does not mean truthful.
Nothing about predictability.
You just said it works.
Yeah,
predictability does not mean truth. You can have
it works as in I can get where I want to go reliably. Hold on. I get where I want to go reliably every single time, basing my navigation on a globe. It works every single time exactly where I want to go. All right, but that's not exactly how celestial navigation kills the flat Earth. It's some very, very simple maths that kills the flat Earth with celestial navigation. So if you're at the North Pole, Polaris would be, boom, 90 degrees above you, right? Straight above you. If you were to move away from the North Pole by 69 degrees, Polaris drops, by 69 miles, sorry, Polaris drops 1 degree in the sky. You go another 69 miles, Polaris drops another degree in the sky, and so on, and so on, and so on. I did the maths for this. That's impossible if the Earth is flat, because you can use simple trigonometry, you know, to figure out the hypotenuse of the triangle, and if you use what you find in reality, a 1 degree change every 69 miles, that means that if the Earth is flat, the Sun must be at different altitudes Polaris must be at different altitudes based on how far away you are. It doesn't add up. Because if the Earth is flat and Polaris is just above us somewhere, you could measure it based on the triangle of how far away you are and the angle of it in the sky. That gives you a triangle. And when you do the maths, using the triangle, for every 69 miles you move away, it drops 1 degree, and that will only work if the Earth is a globe. If the Earth is flat, it gives conflicting positions for any object in the sky that you want to use for celestial navigation. Celestial navigation does not work if we make the assumption that the Earth is flat. The maths for celestial navigation to calculate where you are uses the Earth's radius as a sphere. The methodology for figuring out where you are using a sextant is based on the knowledge that the Earth is a sphere. Celestial navigation wouldn't work the way it does if the Earth was flat. And this is just a fact.
And that's just your statement. You have to send me all that stuff and I'll verify it for myself, God willing.
Yeah, one of my bigger videos of last year, which was called Killing 2021's Best Flat Earth Proof, I go through the entire thing in excruciating detail, explaining how celestial navigation is not only evidence for a globe, but based entirely on the Earth being a globe. Everything about celestial navigation, the way to get elevation angles, the way to calculate your position on the Earth using your circles of equal altitude, the way to then apply that to find the GP of the star and your actual position on Earth. It's all based on the Earth being a globe. And it works.
Wait,
every single time.
It's come to my mind. You said that, what was it, At every 69 miles that you decline away from the North Pole, the Polaris goes down by 1 degree, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And
And that maps out
unfailingly, it
to what
goes
you
down
find
by
on the
one
globe.
degree every 69 miles.
Yeah. And
Wouldn't that assume that the Earth is wouldn't that assume that the Earth is a perfect sphere? Wouldn't that preclude the idea of being squished at the poles?
the oblateness is very tiny. The oblateness is so small that it doesn't make a difference to that. Like
You just told me, pushing it again into the realm of obscurity. You just told me again that every 69 miles,
Yep.
unfailingly, the Polaris is going to drop by 1 degree.
Yeah.
That precludes the idea of the bulge.
No, again, because the bulge is so tiny, it doesn't really affect the angle measurements. The bulge is like tiny, 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 tiny. It's a 42-mile difference in the equatorial circumference to the polar circumference, for instance. That's 0.000 something percentage difference. It doesn't affect the angle measurements of celestial navigation. However, when you're doing celestial navigation, if you want to be even extra, spot on, you can use something called the Vicenti formula, which takes into account the oblateness of Earth. If you just do celestial navigation, assuming that Earth is a perfect sphere, you're going to be damn near close, all right? But if you use the Vicenti formula, which actually takes into account that very slight oblateness, you're going to be, boom, exactly 100% spot on.
Again, I'm not just going to take your word for it.
No, you don't need to take my word for it. You can take the word of every single sailor in the world that's ever done celestial navigation.
Send me the links. Send me the documents. We'll take a look at them, God willing.
Yeah, I mean, again, most of the stuff's on my channel, especially the video. But I would advise going to mctoon.net /Polaris and to look at some good stuff on there. Wow, I still can't believe there's over 1,000 people watching. This is a really good one. Right, so celestial navigation. We covered the no movement of the Earth. Definitely movement of the Earth. We've talked about how we can measure it. The next thing you said was physics of the sun. And you talked about how it's radiating heat, yet it's
heat is an expansive force, yeah.
How is heat transferred in space, which is a near vacuum? How would you assume heat is transferred?
I don't believe in space and vacuum.
Well, whether you believe in it or not, right? That's not the point. Okay.
I'm not gonna assume your metaphysics.
Again, we're having a conversation about if this is possible. Okay, so we have to, do some thought experiments and put ourselves in that position. So, if we assume that the sun is in space in a near vacuum and the Earth is 93 million miles away, right? How is the heat transferred from the sun to Earth? Yeah, because we're having a conversation where we have to make that assumption. That's what we have to do.
Is it a vacuum or is it a near vacuum?
It's a near vacuum. Space is a extremely low pressure area.
So you believe in continuum mechanics?
Space is a low pressure area.
It's a low pressure, but it's not a no pressure area.
No, because there's no such thing as a perfect vacuum. It doesn't exist. The entire universe is a low pressure area.
So you don't believe in particle mechanics?
There is no such thing as a perfect vacuum. It does not exist in nature. Not even in particle mechanics.
Quantum physics and particle mechanics is based on the idea that there are these individual units called particles and they travel through a vacuum of space.
No, that's not. There is no such thing as a perfect vacuum in science.
Newton's laws of motion were built on the idea of a perfect vacuum.
No, they weren't.
Yeah, they were. It was an idea that an object will travel in space.
Again,
and
no one has ever said that space is a perfect vacuum.
The reason it will travel in a straight line, because it is unhindered by anything else.
Yeah, no external forces, correct.
Vacuum.
But again, no one has ever said that space is a perfect vacuum. That's a straw man.
All of the Newtonian laws of motion are based on the assumption that
they don't say anything about it. They just say that they just explain what would happen in a circumstance. They don't say anything about if space is a vacuum or not. They're not making that assumption. All right. There
It's
is
built
no
on that
such
assumption.
no.
Hence
They're not.
why
They're not
things
making any
travel in a
assumptions.
straight line.
Again, listen.
Hence why
Listen.
things travel
Hold
in a
on.
straight
Stop.
line
Stop.
without
Hold
any
on.
disturbance
Stop.
because they're in a vacuum.
Okay. Stop. Right. They're not making any assumptions. They are just saying, in perfect conditions, this is what would happen. They're not. Newton didn't say that he thinks space is a vacuum by making these laws. That's not what he said. You are strawmanning the laws of motion just to avoid answering the question. So let's get back to the question. Let's get again. You are avoiding the question by trying to talk about Newton. The question was, you're saying about the sun being a radiative force, right? How do you think that heat is transferred in space? Can you please answer that? Assuming that space is real, because that is the conversation we are having.
You're going to have to tell me because I'm not, I don't know how this metaphysical model that you made works. Tell me how a space transfer.
So what you're doing, so what you're doing is you're saying this shouldn't work because heat is a radiative force without actually knowing how it works.
Every time I've seen heat in my life, it's expansive. Yeah.
Right. So what you've done is you haven't looked into how things work in space, have you?
I have looked into it, and I've not seen any evidence that it's reality.
So you haven't looked into it.
The Quran.
Otherwise, you'd be able to answer the question. I don't care what the Quran says. The Green Lantern comic says that the planet Oa is at the center of the universe.
I'm telling you my worldview where I come from. The Quran says that we are not supposed to make any knowledge of things that are unseen, or make any statements of knowledge of things that are unseen, except for what God has revealed. That is why I don't go into explaining how things are working at the particle level.
Right. Well, then you can't try and debunk it if you don't know how it works, can you?
Unseen, because I have no knowledge of them. It's just theory and speculation and abduction.
Well, it's not theory. It's the things that are fact. You just say they're theory because you don't believe them. You're just going to say that,
but it's not true.
But no, again, you just don't like it, so you say it's a theory, right? But your premise here, right? You are avoiding the question, right? So we're going to get back to your premise here is that the sun should somehow push the planets and everything away, right? Is that right?
My premise is that heat is expansive and the sun is a hot body.
Right. So listen to the question. I would like a yes or a no, right? Are you saying that the sun's heat should push the planets away? Yes or no?
Yes.
Via what medium?
According to how you described, how the heliocentrists describe the sun to be, yes, it should push things away. There should be no attractive factor.
Why should it? Please explain to me, using known physics.
In my life, it's radiated outwards. It's never pulled anything towards it.
Okay, and the sun doesn't transfer heat in the same way as something. You cut out there
for a second.
The sun doesn't transfer heat in the same way that a hot thing does in the atmosphere. There's no medium to transfer the heat like that. Heat from the sun comes from electromagnetic radiation interacting with something, right? And here's the thing, right? You can actually use the energy from the sun. I'm still talking. Thank you. What you find, and what we know, is that the energy that comes from the sun can actually push things away. That's the basis of the solar cell technology that we're actually working on at the moment. However, the forces created by solar winds are very, very small compared to the gravitational attraction of the sun. And all you can do is deny that gravity works. Gravity is keeping the planets in orbit around the sun. The energy that it comes out from the sun that you could create a force to push something away is so small compared to the gravitational attraction pulling things towards the sun that your argument is just ridiculous. The problem is that you listened to a moron.
Again, you have not explained to me or given me a logical account of what gravity is.
I just did. But it doesn't matter. Again, right? You just keep going back to that. It doesn't matter what gravity is. We know it exists because we can measure it. It doesn't
Like I
matter
said before,
what it
we
is.
measure an earthward tendency, and then people assume it is this
No,
gravity.
Cavendish did not
sucking
measure
things
an
to the center
earthward
of the globe.
tendency. Cavendish measured an attraction between masses. My Cavendish did that as well. It's not just an earthward tendency. Gravity is an attraction between all masses in the universe. This is measurable. This is testable. This is empirical.
I mean, why does not a mountain? Why, if gravity, you know, I've heard from multiple globe earthers. I've heard firstly that what's it called? That gravity. The reason why a mountain or a my high school I went to, the walls of it were made of lead. The reason why it doesn't attract so much as a hair towards it is because the gravity of the Earth is too strong, and it nullifies the effect of any gravity, any individual gravity of any other mass. Yet the Cavendish experiment contradicts that. The Cavendish experiment says that these lead bricks or whatever, that they exert gravitational influence.
So with the Cavendish experiment, what you have to understand is that the gravitational acceleration is acting downwards on the entire apparatus. So the gravity of Earth that is pulling the apparatus down is nullified because the entire thing is under that same acceleration, right? But what you measure with the Cavendish is an acceleration vertical, not horizontal. Those lead balls are still being pulled down, but you're also measuring an attraction between them, sideways, right? Talking about mountains, I'd love for you to just watch this video quickly.
Were used. From this, they could work out the weight of Schiehallion. But it was a big step to go from that to done.
And Neville Maskelyne in 1774. The first thing he had to do was work out the mass of the mountain.
You can't see much of Schiehallion today, but this plaque explains how those original calculations were done. This bit deals with weighing. This is what he did. He dangled a long plumb line on a platform 2/3 of the way up the mountain. He knew 2 gravitational forces would act upon it. The main gravity would obviously be coming from the mass of the Earth, pulling it down. But the mass of the mountain itself would pull the plumb line towards it, slightly off vertical. We've exaggerated it here. That gravitational effect is what he measured. From the angle the plumb line was deflected, Maskelyne could calculate the mass of the Earth relative to the mountain. He knew what the mountain weighed, so he could work out the weight of the Earth.
So that shows that gravity isn't just a earthward thing. If there's a big mass to the side of something, that's also going to have a gravitational acceleration towards that thing. Obviously, the Earth is the biggest thing, right? That's going to be the biggest pull down. But Maskelyne was able to use Schiehallion, which is the most symmetrical mountain in the world, to calculate the gravitational acceleration and weigh the world. Why did that plumb bob move towards it? The predicted amount that the gravity shows.
He knows the weight of the world.
Yeah, he managed to use that mountain to weigh the world.
What did we put the world on a scale in order to verify what he's saying is true? How do we know the weight of the world?
Because he weighed it with that. And it's been verified more recently with much more accurate measurements.
World. He didn't weigh the world in the same way we weigh anything else. He didn't weigh the world like me going into the bathroom and stepping on my scale.
Again, you are being very literal with measurements. There's other ways to weigh the world.
He theoretically derived what he thinks is the weight of the world, and there's no way to verify it.
It's been verified. It's been verified many times, and he was pretty damn close. But the point was that he was able to show.
I was going to say that's not true. The only way to verify
I was in the middle of talking there.
The thing on a scale.
No, because that's ridiculous. That's not the only way to measure things. Now, what he was able to show, and this is the point that you're missing. This is the point that you're missing here, is that he was able to show that there is gravity that not just pulls down, that's not just an earthward acceleration, but an acceleration towards anything of mass. It's been shown, it's been demonstrated, it's a real thing. You can't just deny it because you don't like it. Right?
Even though it's real, even though I mean, you guys suppose that it's real, I've never felt it.
No, I've measured it. I know it's real.
It contradicts my experience.
You don't have any experience that contradicts gravity being real.
Yeah, I do. Absolutely.
Like what? What evidence? What
when I'm
experience?
Around when I'm around items of mass, I don't feel any attraction towards it.
Are you sure? the items of mass, have you figured out what the attractive force would be, and how you would expect to feel it? Why would you feel the attractive force of something so small? It's tiny, tiny, tiny. The attractive force that you feel mainly is the one of the Earth, because that's really fucking big beneath your feet. That's why you weigh something. That's why you fall down. You know? That's why my knee fucking hurts all the time, because I have to use a walking stick and there's gravity, right? So it's an empirical thing that we experience every day. We experience being pulled down towards the ground. We experience the effects of gravity. We use it in engineering every day. It's a real thing that has to be taken into account when you build a bridge. If you don't, the bridge doesn't work. All right? So gravity is an empirical thing, and there's no evidence to suggest otherwise. All right? I wanted to get to the final point that you brought up, which is the biggest straw man that Flat Earth has. And that was when you talked about the atmosphere being next to the vacuum of space. Do you know why that's a straw man?
Let me know. Well, I mean, you told me yourself that space isn't a perfect vacuum.
Yeah. Well, we're going to just refer to it as the vacuum of space colloquial. Obviously, we know it's not a perfect vacuum, it's low pressure, but for the purposes of the conversation, can we just call it the vacuum of space? Is that okay?
That's fine. Go ahead.
Right. Cool. So, there is no atmosphere next to a vacuum. That's not what we have. What you described is a straw man of what we have. What we have is a gradient of pressure that goes from 14.7 psi at sea level to practically zero. That's it. There is no atmosphere next to a vacuum. There's atmosphere next to a slightly lower atmosphere, next to a slightly lower atmosphere, next to a slightly lower atmosphere, which is what we experience in reality. So when you say
the whole thing should disperse into the vastness of space.
No, because gravity's a thing.
Again, you have not given me an explanation as to what gravity is. This is a theoretical force.
No. Again,
the bending of space-time.
We know that gravity.
Again,
right? We know, and I have demonstrated empirically and through experiments that gravity creates a force proportional to all masses, to two or more masses, to the product of two or more masses, and inversely proportional to the square of the distance between them. Right? The atmosphere has mass. The Earth has mass. The atmosphere is attracted towards Earth. It's simple. There's no reason it would disperse into space because there's no force there, right? If you think about it, the only force is the one pulling it towards the Earth. There's no force pushing it the other way. So what you said is a complete straw man.
I thought gravity was not a force.
It's not, but it creates a force, as we've said several times.
That's a contradiction if I ever heard one. It's not.
No,
a
it's
force,
not. An engine is not a force, but it creates a force.
Gravity is not a force, but it creates a force. What is this thing that's creating the force?
Gravity.
What is the force?
The force of gravity.
Distinction without a difference.
No, again, the force of gravity is the force created by gravity because there's a mass and an acceleration, right? So let's take this lovely globe in my hands, right? This has a mass, okay? I let it go and it accelerates towards the ground, right? Mass, acceleration equals force, right? So I could figure out the force. If I knew the mass of this and then I calculated the acceleration, I could tell you the exact gravitational force that was applied to this to make it accelerate like that. Doesn't mean that gravity is a force. Gravity is really an acceleration, right? Gravity is something that accelerates a mass. But when you have a mass that accelerates, that is a force because F equals ma. And the only force that there is for the atmosphere is the one that's pulling it towards Earth. So, you understand why it's a straw man now? Because it's not what we claim. We don't claim that there's an atmosphere next to a vacuum. We just claim that there's a gradient. And we know there's a gradient because we measured it all the time.
Okay, but it's still, the argument still stands in substance that there is a system of pressure around the Earth, and it doesn't disperse automatically out into the vastness of space. It doesn't
It shouldn't.
mediate
There's
out.
no reason
It's like
it should.
It's cinched around the Earth.
Yeah, there's no reason why it should disperse into space. There's no force to push it away from the Earth. Again, if you consider
Again,
just
every time
just consider
gas pressures, I've looked at gas pressure in my life,
Right.
and when you
You're
open it
thinking of
up,
it wrong.
for example, when you're boiling the kettle on the pot and you open up the lid of the pot, all of that pressure ends up being released, dispersed.
Yeah. Until the kinetic energy runs out, of course, it just disperses into the area. But gravity would still make a gradient of the steam. It would be thicker at the bottom and less thick at the top, because that steam is also being pulled down. But the atmosphere...
Again, gravity has not been given any basis or explanation.
It doesn't matter. I've explained to you several times how gravity is a real thing that we can measure and know exists. It doesn't matter.
You've told me it's the bending of space-time, and that's just a
again,
reification.
it's not. That's something that's empirically demonstrated, again, by an experiment. But gravity is
Not true.
regardless of what
You
you
have no
think.
knowledge of that.
Your knowledge of it is irrelevant. It's a thing. Whether we know what gravity is or not, whether we can describe it exactly or not, doesn't matter to the fact we know it exists and we can use it. Right? And we know it exists. We know there's an attractive force between masses. The atmosphere has mass. The Earth has even more mass. Therefore, the atmosphere is attracted towards the Earth. And that's what makes the pressure gradient, right? So you're saying that the atmosphere, the gas should just expand. Well, why doesn't it? Why doesn't the atmosphere do that? Because we know the atmosphere has a gradient. So why is the atmosphere not rushing towards that lower pressure in reality?
What, you're going to say because of gravity?
Well, I'm asking for your explanation.
You're wondering why there's a gradient.
Yeah, why is there that gradient that goes from 14.7 psi up to practically 0 psi? Why is there that steady decline in the density of the atmosphere all the way up to the Kármán line? Why is there a larger gap in the psi between the base and the summit of Everest than there is the summit of Everest and space? Right?
Because there's a downward bias towards the Earth.
That's called gravity, yes.
That's fine. I've agreed with you. Things go down. There's a downward bias.
Yeah, and that's called gravity.
I don't believe that they go. I don't believe that they go towards the center of a globe.
Whether you believe that or not, it answers your question about the atmosphere. Right?
I've already admitted that there's a downward tendency.
Well, that answers your question about the atmosphere and why it doesn't blow off into space then, because there's a downward tendency. And that applies to everything, including the atmosphere. Right? So that answers your question.
There's a downward tendency in also the firmament of God. It's the firmament that keeps everything cinched in. Not cinched in, but covered in. It's the same principle as with the lid on the pot.
Well, no, but you don't need a lid because there's a gradient, though. If there was a lid, then there wouldn't be a gradient.
What makes you say that?
Well, assuming that the gravity isn't real and there's just a lid keeping the atmosphere in, there wouldn't be a gradient.
Lid and a tendency towards the Earth.
That tendency towards the Earth is called gravity, right? So therefore you don't need a lid if there's a tendency towards Earth.
Every pressure system that I've seen, every pressure system that I've seen, which stays stable, which retains its stability, requires some kind of a cover over it, a physical structure.
Yeah, and could you please point out to me a pressurized system that has a gradient going from 14.7 psi to 0 psi? No, you can't.
Isn't there a pressure gradient in the ocean?
Yeah, that's going a lot more down. But where's the lid on the ocean?
Well, the ocean is liquid. Liquid doesn't disperse.
It's a fluid, just like the atmosphere.
Disperse out into the atmosphere like air.
Why not?
Because liquid goes down.
What's stopping the fluid of the ocean moving just like the fluids of the atmosphere?
It's contained.
In what? There's no lid on the ocean.
It's contained by the boundaries of the Earth.
There's no lid on the ocean.
It's
No, you just
contained.
said you need a lid. There's no lid on the ocean.
There's raised edges to the Earth.
There's no lid on the ocean, though.
There's raised edges, though.
Right? But there's...
Not on the ocean, on the Earth.
Yeah, but there's no lid on the Earth either, though. I mean...
God says in the Quran that the Earth is a couch. A couch has raised edges.
I mean, my couch definitely has raised edges. But...
Yeah, it does. Those are raised edges on the sides of the couch.
Yeah, so...
God made the Earth like a couch.
But does... Where's
the Bible,
where's the dome
boundaries
keeping in
of
this
the Earth.
atmosphere that you're talking about?
What was that?
Where's this dome keeping in the atmosphere that you're talking about?
I've never been up there. I don't know.
So you're just making assumptions that there's something.
No, I'm going with what the Word of God says. The Word of God says that there's a structure over the earth. God has made this place a sealed place.
Well, yeah, and that's irrelevant because there's no evidence of that.
This again matches my experience because any system stabilized requires some kind of a container.
There is no system.
There is no
system in the world. There is no stabilized pressurized system in the world that has 14.7 psi to 0 psi. That is not what we would call a stabilized system. In fact, that's the very opposite of a stabilized system.
There is also
a stabilized system would have a constant pressure. There is not a constant pressure on Earth. Yeah, and that bias is called gravity. So I'm glad we agree that gravity's real. And if there is that downward bias, you understand there does not need to be any kind of lid on the Earth. Wow. Right, I don't want to be rude to you here, but everything you said is just a misunderstanding of physics and science. It's Flat Earth 101. Your manifesto is everything I've heard 1,000 times from every flat earther.
All it is an extension of everything that I see on a day-to-day basis. I'm not, like, there's no way, I'm not going to believe that the Earth is a globe. I'm not going to believe that it's curved until somebody shows me curve for myself. I've seen too many frauds and fakes from NASA and these space agencies.
I showed you
and it also
my friend's video. I showed it to you.
It's a conglomeration of evidence that has brought me to my conclusion. It is the testimony of the Word of God,
but you didn't
my own experience, which I have not seen any personal curve, nor have I seen or felt any motion of the Earth. And then on top of that, I've seen many photographical frauds from NASA, which they admit that their photos are CGI doctored.
No, they said one. NASA said one video. NASA said one photo was photoshopped because it had to be, because it was one photo. That's it.
Therefore, they use Photoshop.
Yeah, they admit they used Photoshop for that one photo that needed it because it was lots of little pictures put together into a big picture. That's it.
Right, that was the most popular photo of the Earth.
Well, not really. It was just the one that was on the iPhone.
Yeah, that's the one that everybody knows.
I'd say the most popular photo of Earth is actually this one, taken in 1972.
That's a computer graphic.
No, it's not. That was taken in 1972.
You have to believe that. You have to trust in NASA statements in order to accept that.
It comes from negatives from a physical camera. This was taken using a Hasselblad camera with a 70mm lens. This is a physical photo that was developed in a darkroom. The negatives still exist in museums today.
That is a claim. That is a claim.
No,
this thing. Where's
it's not a claim.
From? Is this from
the negatives exist for you to go and see.
Is this from NASA or some space agency?
Of course, it's from NASA. Yes, from the Apollo 17 mission.
That I don't trust it. It's like,
well, that is very intellectually dishonest.
That's how much NASA's. That's how much NASA.
Well, that is literally genetic fallacy and intellectual dishonesty.
Yeah, I've seen enough frauds from NASA to know that they're not
NASA have never shown any fraud. You just say they're a fraud because you need it to be.
I mean, these people are obsessed with, like, paganism. They name
their
not. Mission. Their moon mission.
No, most of NASA were Christians. You realize that? You realize
I don't believe what these people say.
Well, that's irrelevant. What you if you believe them or not. NASA are mostly Christians, not pagans. I don't know where the fuck you got that from. And this is a photo taken with a real camera. Your ignorance
Just
of
because
not
some
believing it is
astronaut might call
irrelevant.
himself Christian in order to maintain his popularity amongst people doesn't mean he's a Christian. Doesn't mean
No,
he believes in the Bible.
most of NASA were Christians, and they probably still, a lot of them still are. Just because you don't think they're Christians, because you need them to be evil pagans or something. That's called confirmation bias.
Why do they use a pagan god as their pagan false
They
god as
don't.
their symbology for their
They
most
use they don't
historical
use any
mission?
pagan gods as symbology. They just
What
have
was
a
that?
cool logo that's supposed to be a rocket. That's it.
They named their most historical, most daring mission in the history of mankind after Apollo.
Yeah,
That's
because it
that's
flew.
a deity.
Yeah, because it flew. It was something that flew. That's it. It was an
They
appropriate
named it.
name.
This is a Christian nation naming it after a false god. This doesn't make any sense.
Who cares? It was called Apollo because it flew. And within space, there's a history of, in space science, there's a history of naming things after like Greek gods and things like that. It's just something they do. It doesn't. It's
Yeah,
not against their
that's the
religion in
problem.
any way.
That's sus.
They're not
I'm
worshipping
not-
it,
I'm
right?
not
It's
supposed
not
to
a
give-
full site.
I'm
Hold
not
on,
supposed to-
hold
as-
on,
as
hold
a
on,
Muslim-
hold on,
as
hold
a
on.
Muslim,
Let
I'm
me
not
let me
supposed to
finish.
give
Let me
credence
finish.
to anybody.
Please let me finish.
Who
Please
even
let me finish.
remotely remembers these deities.
Please let me finish, right? They're not worshipping them. They're not worshipping a false idol. They're just going, oh, that's a cool name for something, referencing something in space. That is it. Nothing in the
enthralled
Bible
with these
says they
pagan
cannot
deities.
call things names.
In the Bible, it very clearly says that you shouldn't even mention the names of these deities. That's how much
No,
God
it
hates
doesn't.
them.
It does not
That
say you should not
literally
mention
have
them at
nothing
all.
to do with them.
That's a complete lie. Nowhere in the Bible does it say you should not mention these
Let's see.
deities.
Let me find the verse.
It says you should not worship them.
Bible verse should not mention their gods. There you go. Exodus chapter 23, verse 13. Excuse me. Exodus chapter 23, verse 13 is... Yep. And in all things that I have said unto you, be circumspect, and make no mention of the names of their gods. Make no mention of the name.
Yeah, they're
of
not allowed
other
to worship
gods.
them.
Neither let it be heard. Make no mention. Allow me to finish the verse. Make no mention of the name of other gods, and neither let it be heard out of thy mouth.
Again, it doesn't matter.
Neither
that
let it be
they-
heard out of thy mouth.
But you can still be Christian and call something something. All right? The Bible is just like the Quran. It's just interpretation. There's nothing in there that says you can't say these names or you're going to go to hell. That's ridiculous.
I never said somebody's going to go to hell. I'm just saying that, at
But-
least as far as the Bible is concerned, that we are
And
not
it-
to mention the names of these deities.
But
They are
it does
such a
not
curse.
make them a
None-
non-Christian.
none-
It does not make them a
especially-
non.
especially-
Wait, it does not make them a non-Christian.
The whole biblical and Quranic paradigm, the whole biblical and Quranic narrative is this: that these false gods that people worship other than the one true God, these are such abominations. We should have absolutely nothing to do with them, and most certainly we should not name our most historical accomplishments after them, in honor of them.
Nothing is in honor of them. It's just a cool name. This was someone that flew high, so let's do it.
They put the visage of Apollo on their patch for
But
their
again,
most historic.
NASA isn't like Christian. There's Christians that work for NASA, but the whole thing in
That's
America,
fine. There are
separation
Christians
of
who are
church
deluded
and
into
state,
believing
right?
the earth is a
There's
globe,
nothing.
certainly.
There's nothing bad about calling something a cool name. It's a ridiculous argument. Now, I have someone
It's not a
in the
cool name,
chat
it's an
who
abomination.
is a PhD physicist who works with gravity and satellites and stuff, and would like a little brief word with you. Do you mind if I bring him in for a quick chat?
No problem at all.
Okay, his name is PhD Tony. If you bear with me, I will just send him a link and he can come in and have a little chat with us as well. I know he's there. Oh, that's the wrong. Right, give me one sec while I send him the link. Sorry, my computer's going slow all of a sudden. Okay, here we go. All right, Tony, I'm sending you a link on Discord, buddy. Just pop in. I think all the points that you brought up, Waleed, we've kind of covered for today. Like I said, I would actually love to talk some more about this. I'm going to have a good read of your manifesto, the whole thing, and I would love to continue the conversation another time once I've had a bit more of a read with it. But I think we've had a pretty good. Yeah, I think we've had a pretty good conversation today, covering the things you brought up. But obviously, PhD Tony would like to come in and say hi. I just want to take a minute again to thank the, I think it peaked about 1,300 there. It's absolutely incredible audience. All right, here's Tony. Hey Tony, how you doing?
I'm okay. Craig, how are you?
Oh, I'm doing a lot better, thank you. Bit of a rough few weeks, but yeah, definitely feeling better than I have done. What about you? I know you had some health issues. You getting on?
I'm still a bit lightheaded and what have you, but I'll have some lunch in a bit and hopefully feel better.
Appreciate it. And Tony, this is Waleed from Eyes Wide Open.
Hello,
you
Tony.
had something you'd like to say?
Hello, Waleed. Well, I had a few things that I wanted to say. First off is Waleed familiar with the Qibla? I'm not exactly sure of the pronunciation. The direction in which
I am familiar with the Qibla, and I am familiar that the majority of Muslims they misinterpret the meaning of that.
So
those who call themselves Muslims.
So your position, I happen to know that that's been calculated using spherical trigonometry for more than 1,000 years. So what you're saying is that the Muslim elders of the 10th and 11th and 12th centuries, and indeed ever since, have just been praying in the wrong direction, always.
No, I deny the false premise that that's based on. There's no wrong direction to pray in. God makes it very clear.
So you're saying, you're saying that the Qibla,
we are not to bow ourselves or prostrate ourselves towards anything. I'm not to bow down to a black box. I completely disagree with the mainstream position of Sunnis and Shias that we are to bow down and circle around this black box. That's idolatry.
Okay, so you're claiming that God has given you information that is not available to anybody else.
No, I'm just reading the Quran. It's available to everybody. Go read it yourself.
Yes, but for more than 1,000 years, nobody has read it and come to the same conclusions that you have.
No, there are many people who have come to the same conclusion. You can check out the work of Brother Sam Garens, Brother Said Mirza.
How many? How many?
I've not counted them without.
Of all of the hundreds of millions of Muslims on the face of the planet, you and your heretical sect, as mainstream Islam would
These
call
people
you,
are heretical sects. God makes it very clear that if you follow the majority of mankind, you will be led astray, and that follows suit as well for those who call themselves Muslims.
Do you believe that magic is possible? Do you believe in magic?
Define magic.
Magic spells.
I believe in sorcery, sure. The Quran
you believe in sorcery? Okay, so
sorcery,
have you ever seen it happen? Could you show me some sorcery now?
Well, sorcery, one of the ways the Quran describes it is basically distorting people's worldview, making somebody see something which is not actually there.
No. The Bible clearly says that magic occurs.
Yeah,
unambiguously in the book of Exodus, right? And again with the Witch of Endor. There are multiple stories in which magic occurs. So you have to believe that it's not an illusion, it's not a distortion of people's perception. This is actual physical effects that are happening. When
could you find me the citation for that verse?
Yes, Aaron and Moses, when they go to try and persuade the Pharaoh to let them go, the Pharaoh calls in his sorcerers to do magic, and they turn their staves into snakes. And then Aaron turns his staff into a snake, and it eats all of their snakes. So the claim is not that they can't do magic. The claim is just that Aaron is able to do better magic because of his. The Witch of Endor is able to summon the soul of Solomon from the dead. And this is
there are in the Bible and Quran. There are Bible and Quran natural miracles, sure, which God allows.
Those aren't miracles. The sorcerers are not described as doing miracles, and neither is the Witch of Endor described as doing miracles. Neither of those are miracles. Those are magic. And if you believe,
sorcery has an evil connotation, that it is done for evil. Okay. The fact that God has permitted certain of his servants and prophets to perform signs and wonders and miracles, that's not sorcery, because that's done in the cause of God.
That doesn't cover the Pharaoh sorcerers. The Pharaoh sorcerers acting against God. They were able to achieve magical effects, right?
They were working for Pharaoh. Yes, they were able to do these.
Okay, so magic is possible, and you just named a god that you weren't supposed to name. You just violated your own religion. But let's get back to
what
you just you said that they were servants of something else.
Explain this to me. I made my position very clear on this matter.
Okay, let's leave the theology aside. I think
when God permits one of his servants to perform natural miracles, it's not sorcery.
You believe in magic. You believe in magic. You believe in sorcery. You believe it's real. You believe it's physical. You can't demonstrate it. You've never seen it done. You've got no evidence. Okay, so we've established that you are completely unscientific in your view, right? Because you cannot demonstrate this. You've read it in a book, and by definition, that is not historical or scientific evidence of anything. You claim that the curvature of space-time is not real. We can measure gravitational time dilation on Earth's surface, and we have been doing it for decades. For more than 50 years we've been able to do it. This was predicted by Einstein back in his original general relativity paper. It was not able to be measured at the time, but we have subsequently been able to measure it. We can measure gravitational time dilation. We can measure time traveling at different rates at different points in Earth's gravitational field. In fact, with GPS satellites, we have to correct their clocks because their clocks are going at a different rate from our clocks on Earth. So we have empirical, experimental, repeatable evidence that the flow of time is impacted by the strength of the gravitational field. Your claim that this is just a theory, that it's not, that it has no real-world applications, is simply false and born of ignorance. And if I were you, I would be asking myself, why is God allowing me to say things that are just false, that are simply not real?
Can I finish can I finish my point?
Yeah.
Which point was that?
Because you interrupted me. Firstly, seher or sorcery. This is done by wicked people. This is done in the cause of evil. And secondly, I'll admit that I'm not saying everything that the Quran has said I've seen. No. For example, I have not seen the afterlife. I have not seen an angel in their original form. I have not seen these things. I accept these things based on faith. Absolutely. I'm just saying that you guys accept a bunch of things based on faith and unseen things too. You guys have not done all of these experiments which you are claiming prove X, Y, and Z, but you claim they're real. You claim that they're because you have faith. You have faith that somebody else has done these experiments to a satisfactory degree, and you trust in their testimony.
No, I don't.
No, absolutely not. What happens when
you have not experienced?
You made your point, and now I get to speak.
You're being
now
obstinate.
I get to speak.
You're being obstinate.
Come on, Wally, let them respond.
You have been speaking this entire time, and I've been listening to you very cordially.
Yes, and you just said something that was absolutely false.
Like a 3-year-old,
and I'm not going to stop. And I'm not going to stop speaking. And I'm older, and I speak louder than you do.
If you're older than
you just lied again. You just lied again. You are lying. You are lying about how science is done. The way science is done is that people go away and they do experiments. They write up the experiments, they describe them. They submit their results for publication. Those results are peer-reviewed by their colleagues at the institution that they work at before they're sent off to peer review. They are peer-reviewed by the editor. They are peer-reviewed by reviewers assigned by the editor. They are then published. Just because they are published doesn't mean that they are accepted as completely accurate, because there may be flaws in their methodology. So the scientific community looks at this paper and goes, is this result reproducible? Are there any errors that have been made that that affect the conclusions that they've reached? And they test it. They go out and they replicate the experiment, and this is how science is done. No, I don't take the word of one person just because they said I did it. That is not how science works. That is a straw man.
We can rewind back. Okay, this is the thing. There you go again. You have faith in this process. You have faith. You all the things that you believe. I'm not sure you've done an experiment for every last thing in the world you believe in. You believe in this peer review process because you think it is legitimate, it is a real way to come to the truth, or at least destroy false theories and disprove them. You trust the testimony of these men.
It is the best
peer review. Am I allowed to finish my point or not? Am I allowed to finish my point or not?
If you're going to lie at me, no.
No, I am going to finish my point. I am going to finish my point. I am going to finish my point.
No, you're not,
just
because
as
I'm
you
going
have
to explain.
trust.
It's the best technique we have.
You have faith in this peer review process. I have faith in the process of prophetic revelation from God.
And
the sustenance of the Quran and the maintaining of the Quran, the protecting of the Quran. You have faith in this peer review process of people you have never met. And I have faith in this process in the Quran.
But you have faith in something that is unprovable.
This is literally getting nowhere. This is literally getting nowhere.
You have faith in something that is unprovable. You cannot prove to me that God exists.
You know,
Prove it to me. Demonstrate it.
When you consistently interrupt me, it really weakens the strength of your argument.
No, because
I'm just
you're
explaining
a
my
liar.
position. You keep
I
interrupting
don't
me.
let
I'm being
people
very
He
lie.
has an issue with people lying to him.
I'm being very
I don't let
you are
people
accusing
lie.
me. God knows the truth of the matter. God knows the truth of the matter. I'm not lying at all. At all.
Yes, you are. You've
not
lied several times. You've said that stuff is untrue that turns out to be true. You've said, for instance, that the curvature of space-time is completely unverified, when we have multiple experiments here on Earth's surface that have verified it. You are accusing the people that did those.
These men who say that.
You are accusing those people of lying. You are accusing those people of lying, and that, sir, is a sin that you shouldn't be guilty of.
I didn't
you are
say
accusing.
anything.
You're accusing. Yes, you are.
They are
You
lying,
are. You are
they
accusing them
built
of.
on
You are
false
accusing them of publishing
faulty
false.
presuppositions.
You are accusing them. Yes.
God knows the truth. I am innocent of this. See you on Judgment Day. See you on Judgment Day. God
There
willing.
won't be any Judgment Day.
No.
What are
You
you
keep
talking
believing
about?
that. You keep believing that.
So, well, I'll see you there.
You're a man who's seasoned in your years. It's not far off. You're going to face God, and God is going to show you that you've been putting words in my mouth, things that I've never said. You are accusing me of saying.
I'll have some words for him.
When I distrust this peer review process, I am not saying that they're lying. Either A, they're lying, or B, perhaps their experiment is built on faulty presuppositions. Remember, I am just you guys, your whole globe Earth ilk, this globe Earth paradigm. This has enjoyed the funding and money for like hundreds of years now. Your theory, this globe Earth, this is what's taught in the schools. This is what's maintained in the universities. I am just one man, okay? I am one man who has tried his best to figure out what the truth is on this matter. I can't answer all the questions, and nor do I care to. My purpose is to worship God, do good deeds, give charity, remember Him, try my best to build a community. That is my purpose. My purpose is not to figure out all the answers to these questions. I have merely presented why I have come to the conclusions I have. Firstly, because the Quranic and biblical testimony.
Except your ignorance.
And secondly, because this is what matches my day-to-day experience. And I don't trust in the words of any of these people who say they've done these things. No.
Have you ever experienced an earthquake?
No.
Okay, do you believe that earthquakes exist, or is everybody lying to you about them?
Earthquakes exist. The Quran mentions them.
Okay, so we can measure the energy that radiates out from an earthquake, right? We've got...
The Quran mentions earthquake, sure.
Yeah, right. So we can measure and we can see that the energy radiates out from the focus, goes away, and then it focuses on the antipode. And then it goes around again, and it comes back to the focus. And it does it through multiple times. And the same process is observed for for atmospheric pressure waves. For instance, the large earthquake that occurred in Tonga, the large volcanic eruption that occurred in Tonga. You believe in volcanoes, I presume. The volcanic eruption produced a pressure wave that distributed. It was detectable on pressure sensors around the world, and you could see it. It went out, it went around to the antipode, and then it came back. And the same sensors that had detected it going that way the first time round detected the other wave coming around from the back. And it did so for more than 3 days after the eruption. So for more than a dozen circuits of Earth, these pressure waves were detected and measured. And this happened also for the Krakatoa eruption. At the time, it was very fashionable for people to have barometers in their houses. And people noticed, look, there's this weird thing on our barometers. What's that? And the Royal Society developed a commission, and they worked out that it was the pressure waves from the Krakatoa eruption. Again, going from the eruption out around to the antipode and then back again. And they could measure the outward arcs and the backward arcs, and they did it for more than a dozen circuits of Earth. Well, they measured more than a dozen passages.
Tony, I read a study that says that they were detecting it.
That's fine. I don't see a conspiracy surrounding earthquakes. I see a conspiracy surrounding space.
Here's the thing.
How is that in any way consistent with a flat Earth? Why would there be convergence on the antipode? This is exactly what we predict for a spherical body.
Again. I am just a layman, and there's no way I can possibly explain.
Then admit that you're ignorant and stop getting up in public and spouting falsehoods about disciplines that you know nothing about. The subject of geodesy has been a professional scientific discipline for over 1,000 years. Study of the shape of the Earth, study of the nature of Earth's gravitational field and its rotation and orientation in space. This is a science that many millions of people have dedicated their careers to. And you come in with complete ignorance, right? And a belief system that even your own co-religionists
I would say you guys come with complete ignorance because you come with godlessness and denial of the Most High. What knowledge can you possibly have denying the Most High, the source of all truth?
All we're looking at is the evidence available to us. All we're looking at, if God is lying,
all these claims that you and Greg have made to me up till now, there's no way I can verify all of this and determine its veracity or not in the middle of a debate. Okay?
Then don't
I'm not going to have answers to all these questions.
Then don't lie.
I'm not. But my institution is not funded to do all. My institution is not funded to do all these research.
You are lying.
I have merely laid out why I have come to the conclusion that the Earth is flat and stationary.
No.
And number one, because the Quranic testimony testifies to it. And number two, because it matches my sense, observation, and experience. That's it.
Yeah. Right. So you're using observations that were available 150,000 years ago, right? Sensory observations. So we should base our science on the stuff that was known or seen 150,000 years ago. Is that how you think science should be approached? Using only the instruments and only the observations that were available to Neanderthals, Cro-Magnons, and early Homo sapiens.
Neanderthals, Cro-Magnons didn't exist. God made Adam first. That was the first man.
Spare us, you fatuous gibberish.
Go to hell, atheist. Go to hell and burn there forever. May God burn you and roast you. Can't wait to accuse you in judgment day.
Oh, that's never going to happen.
You guys are getting what you deserve. You guys will get what you deserve, and my Lord, it will be sweet.
Yes.
You guys will get what you deserve.
You are such a wonderful example of why I left religion. I
hold no punches. I hate people like you. The Quran never says I need to love people like you. You people are my mortal enemy. You people are my mortal enemy. Everything about you and your ideology is hostile to my way of life. I am not to love you. This is a false, Christian presupposition. No, the Quran doesn't say I need to love people like you.
No, I don't. I hate you. Yes.
And you guys hate me too.
It's entirely reciprocated. Okay.
There you go.
Fuck off and stop lying, you fraudulent sack of shit. Fraudulent, ignorant sack of shit.
The Most High is witness to everything that's said here.
Let me ask you a question, Waleed. Is
Okay,
right,
and
there's,
by the
there's
way,
two
I just want to
options.
say, I
Strike
want to
me
say, Craig,
down with
I wanna say,
lightning
Craig,
as I sit
this
here.
conversation, this
Dear
conversation
Allah,
with Tony,
please
it
strike
really,
me down. I invite you to strike me down, to smite me with your lightning bolt. Your servant, Waleed, heartily wishes it. Please, open up the
thank you for
skies
saying
and
that.
strike
Thank
me
you.
down.
Thank you for saying that. You've cursed yourself.
Right, Waleed, question. Right, is
You
God
cursed yourself.
not all good, or is he not all powerful? Which one is it?
God defines what is good and evil. There's not some standard above God that he has to follow.
Well, no. Is God all good? Yes or no?
Well, I have a question.
God is
I have a
just.
question.
God is just. Yeah, God is good.
God is
For
just.
sure.
Okay, so killing every man, woman, and child on Earth except for 4 families, and every animal on Earth except for a tiny. That's just, was it? Every innocent child, every innocent animal not guilty of any wrongdoing, drowning them, terrifying them, erasing them from Earth. That was just, was it?
Why does my little
You're the
sister? Why is my little sister the
If
youngest
I-
person in Europe to ever be diagnosed with multiple sclerosis? Why the fuck did your
If
God do
I-
that?
If I
No, seriously.
build a lab,
Seriously,
if I
no,
build,
seriously,
I'm
buddy,
giving it to you guys.
that-
You guys
Right,
are
no,
you
very
guys are
specific
throwing,
question.
You guys
My little
you guys
sister.
are throwing. You guys are
What?
throwing all these questions at me, but you scarcely ever allow me to answer.
Well, right,
without
well, I just
interrupting me.
want this one question answered then, right? Why is my little sister the nicest, fucking sweetest little girl ever? Why was she the youngest person in Europe to ever be diagnosed with multiple sclerosis and ruined her life? Why did your God do that to her?
I don't know if she's the nicest person. I don't know why God did that. I'm not going to speak for God.
Because
But
God's
God
a
has the
cunt.
right
Right?
to do that.
If God is
has-
real,
God
if
has
God
the
is
right to
real,
give her
then
multiple
God is a
sclerosis or whatever she
cunt.
has.
If God is real,
God has the right to give her
then
these
right.
things.
Here's what's going to happen. Look at me, Walid, because this is right. If God is real, and there's Judgment Day, and when I get there, right, me and God will be fighting, and I will be throwing the first punch. Okay?
You
But God
guys
isn't
are
real,
cursed. You
so
guys
that's
are
not going to
cursed.
happen.
There's literally no point in continuing this conversation any further. You men are cursed. You men are cursed.
Right. Anyway,
Well, you're a liar, and I mean
yeah.
that this is the thing. You get up here and you say this shit that just isn't true, right? All of this shit about how we haven't, we
Really,
don't
this
have any
you see
about
this
the Earth.
idea, this whole
Don't have
debate
any
about the
evidence
globe
about
Earth
the
versus
shape
flat
of
Earth.
the
It really
Have no
boils down to
observations
God.
about-
You see
we have no
you see these
observations
ardent, very passionate defenders of the globe. You see how much seething hatred they have for God when the name of God is mentioned.
Oh, I
They
don't
hate
have
it.
any
They
hatred
hate
for
the
God. I
idea
don't know
of
if God's
judgment,
real. There's no
judgment,
hatred
No,
there.
accountability.
that's absolutely not
just called
true.
God,
That's
you just
absolutely
called
not
God the
true.
C word.
That's
But-
You just called
absolutely
God
not
the
true.
C word.
well,
You guys
if
are
God,
very
if
insulting
God
towards
is real and he
God.
gave my little sister,
You hate him.
You are lying again.
You hate him. This
Walid,
comes out of your rejection.
Walid,
of
if
the
God
truth.
is
You guys
real
hate him.
and he's
This
given
is
my
what this
little
whole
sister
debate is
multiple
about.
sclerosis, then he is a
It's about
cunt.
God. It's always been about
Okay.
God.
Walid,
So you're lying again.
It's always been
I
about
don't
God.
hate God because God doesn't exist. I can't hate what isn't real.
You got very, very worked up and heated over a fictional character.
Yes,
supposedly
because
that
I hate
doesn't exist.
you.
God is fictional. That's
That
right.
makes no sense. That makes no sense.
I hate
You
you.
just-
I don't
a
hate
fictional-
God. God isn't real.
You
God
just
can't do anything.
implored a fictional character to strike you down with a
Yeah,
bolt
to
of
prove
lightning.
that he's fictional.
This
to prove that he's.
There's more chance of this Green Lantern ring working.
God knows the truth between us, and He will reveal it. He will reveal it.
Yeah, that's exactly what.
That's the conclusion of the matter. There's no point. There's no point in us going further.
Hey,
You think I'm foolish? I
Walid,
think you're foolish. I think you're
Walid,
foolish.
I've got-
I think your heart is blinded. Your heart is blinded.
Walid,
You've been
hold on.
blinded.
Can I ask just one more question, Walid?
You don't have a brain.
Sure. Go ahead.
Guys, let me ask one more
God can
question.
do. And let me. I want to answer.
Walid,
I wanna
hold on.
answer 'cause you guys have thrown so many questions at me, and I rarely get a chance to answer.
Well, you
issue
did
is,
answer, and then I'm
why is
asking
there
you this
suffering-
one.
Why does your sister have multiple sclerosis? Why do babies suffer? Why does what's it called? Noah and God destroyed the majority of mankind with the flood. Why does he do all these things? Well, firstly, with the story of Noah, the entire earth was filled with sin and corruption and wickedness.
Thanks to
And
because
those who
God
were
made
righteous
that,
and-
yeah. So
there was
God made the
exceeding-
evil, and then
there
he
was
needed to destroy his
exceeding-
own
there was
evil.
exceeding
Yeah.
wickedness on the earth, so God destroyed them. And
You
secondly,
know that it isn't real. You know that it isn't real, though.
God does what He wills. Are you the
You
creator?
know-
Did you create the heavens and the earth, Tony? Did you create the heavens and the earth?
Possibly.
No, but nobody did.
No. So then who are you to judge as to how it should be governed and how it should be?
Come on.
Noah is full. Right.
If I make this notebook right here and I discard it and I toss it or I burn it or I use it, it's totally my right. He's the creator.
Babies aren't notebooks.
I can't.
Babies
Hey, Tony.
Right. God's might. I believe
guys,
might is
stop one
right.
sec.
God's might makes him right. God's might makes him right.
So you would kill
so
somebody.
the strongest person that is the evilest is good, right?
No,
Walid,
because I fear
you
God.
worship
I'm
an
not gonna kill
evil
innocent. I'm not gonna
deity.
kill an innocent because I fear God.
Walid, you worship an evil deity.
There
You realize
is no
that?
standard above God.
Yeah, no, he's evil. God is evil.
Why don't you challenge him? Go challenge him.
I did. I said that I will
challenge
fight
him.
him.
You'll see on Judgment Day. See whether he's going to follow.
Why can't you
your
come here
ways
now
and
and
see to your
challenge
vain
and fight me?
desires, or you're going to be peeing your
Tony,
pants asking him for mercy.
Okay.
Oh, we're never
he's
asking
gonna
for
come up
mercy.
if I ask. How about if you asked him to turn up? Could you ask him to turn up?
Yeah.
And he could set me and Craig and everybody else in the chat straight. You could show us God could turn up, just answer a few questions for us, and
He's not gonna
we'd
come-
all
he's
become
not gonna- he's
believers
not gonna-
instant.
He's not going to come down here just because you guys are demanding on his whim. He will work according to his will. And I
Or
trust in
he
the plan
doesn't
of God.
exist. Just to get back, you understand that we have measurements of sea level going back more than 5 million years, right?
I'm literally, you guys are a bunch of
Yeah, again,
I'm not gonna trust your claims.
let me finish
I'm not
my
gonna
point.
trust your claims.
We
I'm not gonna
know-
trust your claims.
we
You're
know-
gonna
Oh,
incite
it goes
this.
against what you like, so you don't want to do it, right?
We
Brilliant.
know that there was
No,
we
because
know
it
that
doesn't.
there has
No.
we know
I
that
haven't
there was
even
communication.
heard what he said. But whenever he
Because
makes
you
these statements as if
interrupted
they're
me.
fact- Yeah, every time you make these statements as if they're fact, just know I'm not going to accept them based on just what you said. It doesn't
Well,
matter. I
then
don't
go
trust
read
your
the
guys'
scientific
statement.
literature.
You are
I
my
can-
enemies.
I
You
can-
are my
I
enemy.
can
I don't
refer
trust
to-
my
I
enemy.
can
You
refer you-
admitted you hate me. You admitted you hate me just as I hate you.
You did it first. You said you
That's
hated
fine.
me first.
I'm not complaining about it. I'm just telling you why I don't trust you. You admitted you hate me.
Well,
So Walid, you are evil. You are a problem in the world. That's it.
I
You are
fear
one
the
of the
Most
problems
High.
in the world.
God knows
Right?
how I live
You
my
lie
life.
to people.
God
You're
knows
so
how I live my
dumb that you think that a religious book is scientific. You don't understand any of the things that you're talking about.
Where do you get your all these beliefs that have been so-called?
I don't
proven
have
by science?
beliefs.
Where's all this stuff written? It's written in books,
Because
peer-reviewed articles. This is books. You guys believe in books.
Walid,
I believe in a book.
Walid,
I explained
right,
how-
I know for a fact that you never got any education, right? You've never done any higher education. I know because of the way that you think about education, okay? I didn't just read shit from a book to get my degree in physics. I had to demonstrate that my knowledge was factual and that I could use it to do things and show the experiments that show that my knowledge is correct. I had to actually use that knowledge to demonstrate that what I knew was right. You don't just get a fucking degree by reading a book. You think I got my other degree in nuclear engineering by just reading a book? No, I had to physically do engineering and show that my knowledge is appropriate. Do you think Tony got his PhD just from reading a book? No. Fuck no. Tony, how much like running around and stuff did you have to do to get your PhD that wasn't reading a book?
So, you have to do a lot of original work. I spent years working on the mathematics for what I was doing, and getting it, and again getting it externally validated. It was examined by Marcus. It was examined by my supervisors. It was examined by my peers. And when I publish stuff, it gets examined by the other people in my group. It gets examined by the editor. It gets examined by the peer reviewers. And then it gets attacked in the scientific literature. I myself have pointed out errors that other scientists have made, and they've pointed out errors that I've made in mine.
That's how you learn, right?
So we making a mistake is not the sin that anti-science advocates try to pretend that it is. You learn from your mistakes, and your problem, your central issue here, is that you refuse to learn. Right? You refuse to accept information. You're willing to use technology, but you imagine that the technology works by coincidence. that people don't really understand how electrons move, that they don't really understand how optical fibers work, that they don't really understand how GPS occurs.
All these things have been made. All of our inventions have been made through trial and error.
No, that's not true. That's absolutely not true. That's absolutely false. Again, you keep on saying these false things and you assert them as though you have any understanding at all. You need, the Large Hadron Collider was not built by trial and error. They had a design that they carefully implemented with, limited innovation, because they knew exactly how they wanted it to be, and they set it up that way. You don't just trial and error it. You can't tell me that the Large Hadron Collider or the LIGO observatories or...
I have not gone to the Large Hadron Collider and
examined it. Who the fuck cares what you've examined, mate?
What? If you don't care about my examination, why are you continuing to talk to me?
I care what other well-informed...
The only reason I'm continuing this conversation is because the only reason
as a get out of jail free card. You just say, "Well, I haven't done it myself." Well, that's not how technology works, mate. Nobody can recreate all of science up to date, and it's a foolish errand to even try. You let the experts in their particular disciplines make their publications, review their publications, and implement it as technology. You don't go, well, everything has to be reproducible by some ill-educated half-wit with no science training. You don't know about this stuff because you haven't bothered to go out and read it. And you just told me you were unwilling to go out and read stuff because it might disagree with your religion. This is the primary difference between science and religion. Science is actively looking for the mistakes that we have made so that we can correct them. Religion refuses to budge. Just won't move.
You have faith in the integrity of science, or at least what is called science today, and I don't have faith in its integrity. I think it has certain dogmas which it has upheld, which it will not let go.
Again, who cares?
For example, the same universities that teach so-called science also teach that, this gender theory nonsense that men can be women and
we're not going.
And all this.
Let's stop that. Walid, we're not going there. All right, we're not discussing that here.
This whole LBTG
right.
stuff.
Walid, I've just said no. All right. There is someone else here who would like a quick word to you, who is a Christian that has some issues with some things you've been saying.
You're just trying to construct the conversation in a way where things can just stay according to the subjects you want.
No.
Ridiculous.
Right, please let Connell Silver just approach your point. Right, this is one of my subscribers.
Now we got 3 on 1. Beautiful.
One of my subscribers called Connell Silver.
3 on your point 1 if we go by intellect.
Yeah. I'm sorry that I have to come into this, but honestly, Wally, the things you've been saying in the name of your religion are just highly offensive. I am a Christian. I am somebody who is very, very much a religious person. And the idea that you're saying that if you believe in science, you're somehow an atheist, you somehow hate God, that is an absolute black and white fallacy. It has absolutely no intellectual integrity whatsoever. There was actually an article, I believe, from Berkeley that was actually explaining that religion and science not only are compatible, but are answering 2 different questions. How and why.
We can rewind the entire conversation.
No, we're not. I'm not going to rewind.
You just said that I said the words, if you believe in science, you're an atheist. I never said those words.
No, that exactly. You just sat here for over an hour
accusing Craig. You are putting words
in
my mouth.
I am not. Stop lying. You stop lying right now.
Let him do his point and you respond, okay?
What's the line? Am I lying when I say I never said that when you believe
Walid, one sec, please. Right, let him finish his point and then I'll give you a chance to respond, I promise, okay? Just let him finish his point, please.
Literally just sat here.
I
for
really,
over an hour.
no. I want to leave. I want to leave this conversation because it's literally getting
I'm sorry.
nowhere,
Are you
right?
scared? Are you
God
scared
says
to deal with
that the
somebody else
worst
who is
of sound
religious
is
that
the
you can't
braying of
accuse
the
of
ass,
hating
the
God?
braying of the donkey.
Are
You
you
guys are
scared
braying
to
like
deal with
donkeys
somebody
and
else that you
asses.
cannot
But I'm
call
not
down
going to give
judgment on
you
because
guys.
you
I'm not going to
cannot
give you guys the
accuse them of hating
satisfaction to say I
God?
ran away.
You
So
are
I'll stick it
literally
out with you.
sitting
I'll stick it
here.
out with you.
You are literally sitting here accusing these two of believing in science and hating God, calling down judgment on them, and gloating about it. You, sir, have the least religious attitude of anybody sitting here, including the people who claim they don't believe in God. Your attitude is highly offensive to every religious person out there.
You don't believe
99%
the
of
Bible.
whom
You
believe.
don't believe the Old Testament.
No,
The Old
you are not
Testament
going to sit
over
here
and
and
over.
gaslight me.
God
You are not
instructs
going to
his
sit here
people
and
to have
gaslight me.
hatred for their
You
enemies.
are not. No,
God
sir.
instructs his people.
God, Jesus said, "Love your
Do
enemies
I
and
hate
pray
them
for
that
those
hate
who
thee, O
persecute you,
Lord?
sir."
I hate
You
them
have
with the
an
perfect hatred.
absolutely
I count them
unreligious
my
point of
enemy.
view,
That is the
and you
Psalm.
are
That's what the Psalm says.
absolutely lying
Do
about
I
what the
hate
Bible
them?
says.
Do you believe in the Psalms?
The Psalms are the Old Testament. They are poetry about God.
So you don't believe in the Old
saying?
Testament? Okay, so you don't believe
Are
in the
you
Old
saying that
Testament? Okay,
poetry
you
is
guys,
science? Are you saying that
this is what
poetry
you Christians
supersedes
do.
science?
You guys
No,
will.
no. Don't you try to gaslight me. Don't you try to gaslight me.
I just want to step in. I just want to step in here. Okay, Waleed, you're wearing fibers of two different sorts. Does that mean we get to stone you to death now? Because the Old Testament says you can't wear two different sorts of fibers. It's an offense punishable by death.
The Quran doesn't say anything about that.
No, but the Bible does. The Old Testament. You just asked
Bible,
if he believes in the Old Testament. Do you believe in the Old Testament? Because the Old Testament says you can't wear two different fibers. That is punishable by capital. That is punishable by capital punishment.
Are you gonna let me finish my statements? Are you gonna let me finish my statements? You asked me a question.
The really sad thing here, Waleed, is that the person who claims he's an atheist is literally showing more knowledge about the Bible than you are. Is
he showing more knowledge, or is he cutting me off whenever I'm trying to answer his objection?
All right,
Waleed, he is literally quoting chapter and verse where you can't even quote.
Okay, let's give Waleed a chance to respond. Though he has had a few things said at him, so in the interest of fairness, let's give Waleed a chance to respond. But Waleed, please show me some respect and don't go into any talk about transgender, LGBT, or anything. Okay, because I'm an ally. My channel is friendly to that, and I just don't want that disrespect. Okay. Please.
I literally just mentioned them that it's pseudoscience.
I know. I'm just saying that just not to go into that. Okay?
And that is pseudoscience. That. Again, there's nothing in physical reality demonstrating.
I'd appreciate the respect of not going into that.
Men and women. Okay,
you're
fine.
We'll
avoid it. You just can't really deal with the issue. Okay, I'll answer that question. Fine. So the question was about the Old Testament. The Old Testament makes a statement that you can't make those mixed fibers, or you can't wear those mixed fibers. Okay, I simply believe in whatever parts of the Old Testament that are in line with the Quran, I believe.
So you don't believe the Old Testament, okay? And that's exactly what your interlocutor is doing.
You're ignorant of the Quranic mission. You're ignorant of the Quranic message.
The Quran,
you're ignorant. You're ignorant of the Quranic message.
I'm aware the Quran says women are less valuable than a donkey. So
the Quran says women are less valuable than a donkey. Show me the quote.
Yep.
Show me the quote.
You've read the Quran.
Show me that.
Arabic.
I've read the Quran cover to. There is not a single statement saying women are less valuable than donkeys.
In Arabic?
Yeah, I can read Arabic.
Okay, I've read a translation of the Quran.
That's fine.
And you will notice in there that Allah makes multiple contradictory statements about how to treat other religions, doesn't he?
No, there's no contradiction in the Quran. It's
yes, there is.
It was literally written by an illiterate tribesman.
There's a statement.
No, according to the Quran, Muhammad could read. During the time of the revelation, Muhammad could read. Hence, why he was reading and reciting the Quran. He could read during the time of the revelation.
He wasn't reading the Quran, was he?
Yeah, God tells him to read.
It was dictated to him, wasn't it?
No, it was not. That is a lie. God revealed it to him.
Yes, through the angel
Gabriel, supposedly.
I don't think the Quran says. Remember, I don't believe in hadith. I only believe in the Quran. If I'm not
Yes.
mistaken, the Quran doesn't
Yes, it
mention
says-
Jibreel in particular as the one who revealed it to him.
So,
But
so,
he does
so
say that
literally,
the
you
Quran
believe
was taught to him by
Muhammad
a
when he
messenger
says
of
he can
God.
read. But the whole
Say
point
it
is,
again?
you literally believe he can read because he says he can read. That's not circular logic at all.
Anyway,
I believe he can read because God commanded him to read.
The
Quran.
whole point.
According to him.
The whole point is that you hypocritically ignore the bits of the Old Testament you don't want to be convenient.
You are ignorant of the
Then
Quranic
but
message.
then you insist.
Do you know what the Quran claims for itself? Do you know what the Quran claims for itself?
But then
The
you
Quran-
insist that your
the Quran,
Christian
you guys
interlocutor
are-
must
are
accept
insufferable.
all
You
of
guys are
the
insufferable.
Old
This
Testament.
is the impatience and
Okay,
the wickedness
all right.
that is bound up in the heart of an atheist.
Okay, this is.
I'm not an atheist, buddy.
It's time to put a
I'm
pin
not
in
talking
this.
about. I'm talking about. No, you're just a compromising Christian
Okay,
who
right.
claims to
let's
believe
stop,
in the Old
stop.
Testament.
Everyone,
at the
stop,
same time,
please.
he
Please.
denies it.
Walid, please. Right, it's time to put a pin in this now.
Yes,
It went off the rails from science to religion, and it has been going for nearly 4 hours.
Your guys' hatred of God.
No, we don't hate God. We just hate you.
Gushed out in your
Again,
process.
we don't hate God. We just hate you because you are an odious person. On every single level, you're a liar.
You guys just cursed
you're
God.
judgmental.
You guys hate him.
You're
You hate him.
violent.
You hate him.
You are
Okay,
emotionally
all right.
abusive. All of these things that make you
I'm
a
emotionally abusive. My wife is very happy. She loves me so much. I have ultra respect for women. I'm a very kind person. Anybody go talk to my wife and figure that out on social media?
Right, guys, come on. I want to try and shut it down for tonight. Now.
I openly tell my wife
it's starting to get very
I'm the
heated.
leader of this marriage. God has made men a steward and authority over women. She loves that. She respects
Will you
it.
shut up?
Recording stopped.
Will you shut up?
Sorry, he wouldn't stop.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. It's just the thing is, like, whether you believe in religion or not, the fact of the matter is that these people are out there abusing it for all they're worth, and that's probably about as offensive as you can get. So
any religion that says it's okay to
going off the
hate people
well,
is,
but
yeah. I mean,
Sorry, I got into him about multiple things.
That's right. I appreciate you coming on, Tony. I haven't had you on for a while for a good old Cracker-Tony episode. It's always fun.
Yeah, that was wonderful.
Well, quite frankly, he deserves it. Like, he was very civil, but at the same time, that was just a mask to make his
sea lining
pretty anti-social. Yeah. Pretty well. He wasn't just sea lining. He was doing the old Flerf reset. You got 2 hours in. He went back to the start. Asking you about why he can't sense motion. He's an
which
idiot.
I'd already explained 1,000 times. You know.
You'd and frankly, when you put pressure on him, he showed you exactly what he was. He said that he hated me. He said that he wanted me to burn in hell. And I think that. He's written what, a 500-page.
No, 1,200 page.
Yeah, 1,200 page, 500,000. He could get a degree with that, right?
Yeah.
As
the
was
effort.
saying, would have done something useful. Instead, he's regurgitated a bunch of flat Earth talking points, exhibited no understanding whatever of the topic at hand, and is basically a waste of anybody's time. Anyway, I might bow out and go get some lunch. Thank you very much for having me on.
As I've got you here for a sec, I just wanted to say thank you for all the help you've given me recently with relativity as well. I've been bouncing off of you, Clive Wells, Prof Phil Bell, and I feel like I've had the best teachers in the world. So thank you.
The other two, Clive and Phil, they really are very not only incredibly knowledgeable but really good teachers. I don't think I'm that good a teacher, but I'm trying. Anyway,
you certainly helped me. You made things that mass proof you gave me was fantastic with using the trigonometry for it. Yeah, I really enjoyed that.
It's nice, isn't it? It's nice and elegant.
Yeah, so thank you, I appreciate
interestingly
it.
enough, I was just reading about the Qibla, that direction to Mecca thing. I'd just been reading a book actually on the history of trigonometry and the spherical trigonometry used by the Arabian astronomers to try and solve that problem. So I was in a good position to actually hold into account on that. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I'm ignorant to a lot of religious things because it's never been something in my life, and yeah, I've read the Bible, but I couldn't really talk about it. I don't know much about it. The passages and the Quran, I'm completely ignorant to. I'm a little surprised to learn that the Quran teaches that you don't love people, like you're allowed to hate and stuff. I didn't realize that was the case.
So it oscillates. So in the early period, which was what I was getting at, he's fairly tolerant of. Muhammad is fairly tolerant of what he calls religions of the book. So Jews and Christians, and he gets steadily more hostile as you read through.
Right.
And in the end, he wants to smite the infidels one and all into the fires of perdition. But you can see his evolution. He gets sick and tired of the opposition, sick and tired of the criticism, and then he just becomes really, really hostile towards the end, which is what I meant about how he contradicts himself. He says, he starts out with some stuff that's really quite acceptable about being tolerant and living in harmony with other people, and not trying to boss it over them. And by the end, that's gone.
So that is literally what just happened in this debate. Even in the emails and everything, he's been really nice and friendly, and at the beginning he was like that, but it got more and more hostile to getting to the point of just like saying, no, you're an idiot because you don't believe me, to you should all burn in hell. He literally just copied Muhammad.
Yeah, pretty much. So when push comes to shove, it becomes in its final form, as a lot of people interpret it, it becomes a very aggressive religion. But there are a lot of Muslims who say, okay, well, that latter bit I can live without. I'm going to stick with those earlier bits where he's talking about tolerance. There are a lot of very very urbane, civilized, and very sociable Muslims.
Every Muslim I've met has been. I've got some friends that are Muslims, and they're some of the most loving people that I've ever met. He was
that's kind of what I was trying to bring across too. He just reflects badly on all religious people as a whole, and I know it wasn't intended to be a whole religious debate, but it was so offensive to sit here.
It's very hard to not have religion in a debate with someone like that, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it's but he was also very ignorant about the Old Testament and its actual consequences. Anybody who takes the Old Testament literally, there are multiple stories where magic is involved, so they have to believe in magic, and they have to believe that it's a real thing. It's not an illusion. The Bible says it is an illusion. It says it's a real thing.
Does it say what the source of the magic is? What kind of, where does the power come from? Or
it's got it's staff to snakes, so they throw their staffs and turn them into snakes, and then there's a speak with dead spell.
But is it like is it divine power that's been given to them, or is it something separate?
No, they're described as sorcerers. So the Pharaoh has sorcerers, and the witches of Endor, the witch of Endor, who is an example of some sort of person who claimed to be able to sort of raise the spirits of the dead to be able to live with them. But they're not religiously approved, so they're doing something.
It sounds like a great movie.
There are some really cool bits in there that if you read,
this could be in Phase 6 of the MCU, I reckon.
Yeah, well, he does. God does directly reference the gods of Egypt, and does say that he will assert his power over them. So he asserts that they're real, they exist. He's just stronger than they are. So
best line of the night, puny god.
Puny god.
So your puny god quote was quite apropos, actually. Yeah.
Well,
Anyway,
guys, yeah, thank you for coming on. I'm gonna get on. I've just noticed that I've got like an hour's worth of super chats to read, so I should probably get on with that.
A lot of them.
All right.
Connell, lovely for you to come on. I don't think we've actually had much conversation, so it's great to have you on and having a chat. And Tony,
Yeah, no, thank you so much for the opportunity to deal with him. And Tony,
Nice.
it was wonderful to be able to speak with you too.
Always,
I just
yeah.
have to say, never change. We love you when you have
Yeah.
little moments there. So.
I'm going to get a Krakatoni emoji made.
For those
Please do,
people,
please do.
for those people who think that my blood pressure rises, no, it doesn't. This is, it's fairly stable all the way through. Either I'm always this angry, or I shout when I'm calm. There's
That's
no,
your secret.
no.
You're always
That's
angry.
my secret. I'm always angry.
Okay.
All right, guys. Well, thanks very much. I'm going to shut down the Zoom call and get on with reading the super chats. And thank you.
Thank you.
very
Have a
much.
good night, Craig.
Speak to you soon.
Take care, Craig.
Oh goodness. Well, that escalated quickly, didn't it? I had a lot of fun tonight. I thought it was a good debate in the sense that, you know, he brought evidence, although the evidence was just, you know, Flerf 101 talking points, and I think we got through that quite well. I always enjoy just being able to destroy his points quite succinctly, and at this point, you know, close to 700 debates in, yeah, I guess it is a script because, you know, it's the same question. This guy has been researching it since 2016, yet all his points are things that have been debunked 1,000 times. It's amazing. Oh, Jeremy Shuffler says, FTFE, absolutely fucking killing it, bro. Your best debater ever. Mic drop after mic drop after mic drop. Thank you. I appreciate it. I think that there's other debaters that are just as good. MC Toon, Reds, they always, you know, absolutely kill it. But, you know, I think it's like anything, right? You practice at it, you get good. And I've done thousands of hours of these debates now. You know, this is 4 hours long, and, you know, I quite often have debates this long, and there's close to 700. I've done thousands of hours, so I've got good at what I do. I appreciate the support. I want to give Kent Hovind the debate. I don't really know much about evolution, but I want to learn it just to debate him. Anyway, I do have a shitload of super chats because you guys are mental. Just I never know what to say because the generosity blows me away every time. Like, you know, we're all living in hard times right now, and the fact that you want, you know, the spare cash that you've got, you want to use that to support me, you know, it means the world. You don't have to give me money, all right? I do some streams where I you know, I barely make anything. I make $10-15, but, you know, I love doing those streams just as much because I love doing this for you guys. So when you're this generous, and you've been generous today, it makes me choke up a bit, and I can't say thank you enough. So we'll start with for $2, £2 for €2. Thank you very much. Stringer News 1 for $2 says, will he show a photo of flat Earth from space? I've got one of those. Do you want to see it? This is actually something that NASA have been trying to hide for years. It is the only true photo of Earth from outer space. And now, here we go. Yeah. So this is what Earth looks like from outer space for real. It's turtles all the way down, guys. So thank you very much for that String News 1. Kuros for $5 says, yes, I don't need to prove anything. Such an honest stance for the debate. Yeah, typical flat earther would start right. I don't have the burden of proof, even though I've come to debate the shape of the Earth with ya. Okie dokies. Tim Tully for $5 says, if the stars don't change, have you ever heard of Bernard's star? No, oh no, no. Of course, I don't mean the stars don't change, but they don't really change, but they do change. I'm just going to change my story. He was quite good at moving those goalposts, wasn't he? And Skidmark McGee for $4.99 says, strawman arguments do not debunk reality. You need to learn the globe model and what it actually claims, then go from there. They never going to learn, Skidmark. Draco Fire for $5 says that expensive sun argument might just be the expansive sun argument might just be the most moronic shit I've ever heard publicly stated online. Yeah. Oh. Sun hot, push things away. No. No. Draco Fire for $5 says you cannot use God as evidence without proving he exists. It's fallacious to do so otherwise. Oh, they're allowed to use fallacies. We're not the ones that are allowed to use fallacies. But we don't use fallacies, they just say it's a fallacy, you know. Alain Marjou for $2 says, oh whoa, I am a Muslim and there's no way it's flat. No. No Muslims I've ever met think the earth is flat. So, when I was doing my first batch of engineering training at HMS Sultan, down in Gosport near Portsmouth, at the same time, we were training the Oman Navy, the Navy for Oman. They were basically doing the same engineering course as us. So we'd given them some of our equipment and stuff, and you know, so they're all Muslims, and they were all such nice guys, every single one of them, and they all knew what shape the Earth was. You know, like none of them were like him. I like to think that he's a bad example of a Muslim, right? Because I've met a lot of nice Muslims, but he was not one. Oh, goodness. Thank you very much, Anamaju. German Kiwi for €5 says he wrote a book. Seth Andrews' book, How Religion Made Me Sound Like an Idiot, comes to mind. The Jumbo Show for $10 Canadian says the Elder Scrolls Skyrim just called. They want this NPC back. Thank you. Indie Tiger Sci-Fi Review for $20 says, eyes wide open, just because you have limited life experience doesn't mean we all have. Ships on the open ocean travel in curved paths to reach their destination. I know. I navigated ships in the Navy. Yeah. We know he's never been military because from the age of 16 to 22, he's been pushing the flat earth fucking nonsense. Rennie Karusha, who we know is a dumbass flat earther who I've banned from the channel many times, wants to keep giving me his money, so thank you for the $2. I'm not even going to read what you put, so fuck you. Christopher Johnson for $5. For Flerf difference between flat and level. Can two curving lines be level? Also difference between drop and elevate. They wouldn't know. They never know what the difference between flat and level actually is. What did I do with my vape? Did I drop it? I must have. Huh. Then we got another one from Rennie for $2. Not reading it. Fuck you. Jumbo Show for $2 says the lights are open, but there's nobody home. Then another $2 from Rennie. Not reading it. Fuck you. Another $10 from Rennie. Not reading it. Fuck you. Icy Spin for $1.99. You did not just do that, NA. Fucking hell. Icy Spin for $1.99. Says, what would you accept as evidence? They won't accept evidence, especially him. NA, thank you. Oh my god. Elias, who's member for 3 months, says, eyes wide open, your eyes are not a scientific measuring tool. No. All his fucking points are just flat earth debunked shits. Prats. Many Karen for 15, whatever they are, thank you. No evidence for rotation trumps, but I can't feel it. He's stating he will accept no evidence other than he himself feeling the rotation, which he never will, therefore he'll never accept the evidence. PhD Tony for $10 Australian. Submarine navigation is achieved by careful analysis of gravity gradients that can be used to determine the distribution of nearby masses. We use the same technique to search for underground minerals. Yeah. So submarines, they have to be stealthy, right? Which means that they can't use things like sonar when they're trying to be stealthy because other ships can pick up sonar, right? There's no windows on a submarine, so how do you know where to go underwater. Now, of course, there's some dead reckoning. You know, there's general maps and stuff. You're going to be pointing in a certain direction. But how do you know you're not going to smash into something underwater? The answer is gravity. It's amazing. PhD Tony Many Karen for 15, thank you, says, if Flerf can't explain anything about his body, he just doesn't exist. Just like his claim about gravity. I've never seen his brain, so that can't exist. Rojo Show, hello. Thank you very much. PhD Tony for $5 Australian. Can your guest please produce the empirical evidence that supports existence of the God of the Quran? No, he cannot. PhD Tony for $5 Australian says, so if no one sees a murder being committed, no suspect can be found guilty. Flerf logic, isn't it brilliant? Leo for $10. Besides pictures, I have never seen the Great Wall of China and was not there when it was made. However, no matter my experience, the Great Wall of China exists. Yeah. The majority of humanity has never been to the bottom of the ocean, but it's definitely there. Eddie Reese, member for 16 months, says, congrats, Craig. Keep up the fight for science and facts. Always, my friend. Jake the Surgeon for $10. Is it a fact the further back in time you go, the more similar organisms appear? That is a law of evolution, and it doesn't matter if you don't believe it, it exists. That's a great thing about science. Doesn't matter if you believe it. Earthrise, member for 14 months, says, I really don't know, but it's not what you say. Yeah, I love it when flat earthers say that. I don't know what it is, but it's not that. Alamaju for $5, a calculator exists. I don't know what it's made of. It works. I don't need to know what it's made of. It can calculate it exists. Yeah. This fucking ridiculous argument lately of, we don't know what gravity is, so it's not real. That's a fucking stupid thing to say. I've never seen it say this before. So someone called Nera Music just gave me 300 ISKs. And underneath it, it says, celebrate the first super chat from Nera Music. I'm not sure if this means it's the first super chat on my channel or their first super chat in general, but I massively appreciate it, my friend. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm happy I could pop your super chat cherry for this channel, and I really appreciate the support. Thank you very much. And we've got Timo Lynch for €5. He's not wrong. Physical laws come on observations. They describe what happens. Theories explain why they happen. That's physics for you. I mean, he is wrong just all the time because he's a Flerf. String News 1, $5 says the power of Nutter compels you. The power of Nutter compels you. And then PhD Tony for $10. We use variations in sea surface height to determine ocean floor geometry. Rock being more massive than water and thus applying greater gravitational attraction. Sea surface is not flat. No. Water's never flat. Ever. Flerfs' brains, however, they are. Oh my goodness. Guys, you've given me so many super chats. String News 1 for $4.20. $4.20. Offering to the Most High, Tommy Chong. $4.20 indeed. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I see the fact that first supers get extra notification. I like that. So, Anamaju for $5 says, on flat Earth, how do you get closer horizon by perspective? No, it's Flerfspective. That's how. Jake the Surgeon, $2. Lots of incredulity here. That's all they have. James Hogarth for £5 says, this version of FTFE calmly ripping apart the nonsense is a joy to behold. Listen to your missus and keep on with the recovery. Yeah. She's made me be calm. And, you know, for some reason she wants to keep me alive. She bought me turkey bacon, guys. Turkey bacon. 4 out of 5. Tastes like chewy cardboard with an almost slight bacon taste. Turkey bacon. I love her. But that's divorce, right? No. Jason, $5. No amount of refraction will ever bring a Flerf's brain into view. No. No amount of x-rays either. And then we got Pato Cuspades for 500 yens. And this is another one where it says, celebrate the first super chat from Pato Spades. Thank you, Pato. you have come to my channel and popped your super chat cherry. That means the world. Thank you very much. You're awesome. You're amazing. Welcome to the channel. Says, are we witnessing the birth of a new Witsit? May Messi, glory be upon him, have mercy on our souls. Yes, so thank you, Potato Spades, for the first super chat. That's amazing. Anamarju for $2. Felix only has a small window. Yeah, when they use that Felix Bowinger as evidence of the Earth being flat, it's fucking ridiculous. Everything they do is ridiculous. Jake the Surgeon for $5. So your body doesn't produce blood cells by your logic. You can't feel it, so it doesn't happen. He does believe in magic, remember. PhD Tony for $5 Australian. So your guest believes that using exactly the same instruments as were available 150,000 years ago, i.e. our senses, is a great way to do science. Yeah. I'm going to use my eyes to do science. Oh, fuck. Why is everything so blurry? It's 144p. How do I turn up the resolution? Oh, yeah. High definition again. Rachbot, my favourite AI, says, for $5 Australian, he hand waves evidence away because it doesn't match what he thinks. I think I just had a bot aneurysm. Don't divide by 0. I can't believe how many super chats I've got. Skycloud Observer, member for 22 months. Nearly twice around the sun. Senses don't measure, senses sense. That's the name. Amazing, right? Siggy Sigwald, member for 15 months, says, all hail NASA, all hail Sagan. Get it right. Said Ahmed for $4.99 says, this Flerf was unable to sense that they are using bad arguments. This is recycled Flerf nonsense. Yeah, it was a list of Flerf 101. I bet his entire Flat Earth manifesto is. I think we might need to have a stream going over this manifesto. Matt Klein says, hey Craig, if I carve a life-size statue of you out of butter, will you come here for the review? Review of the butter? Or the review of the statue? Do I get to taste the butter? I mean, you could just look in a mirror and say FTFE 3 times, and then I appear there. You know, how do you think Simon Dan keeps bringing me over to his channel? We have Pilo1408 for $5 says, communication technology is all trial and error. Way to insult the entire human race, Flerf. I know, he doesn't get science. I think maybe he's confused because sometimes science is brute force, right? Experiments, definitely. You know, if you're trying to find a particular data set or something, you're doing the experiment over and over and over and over. You know, science can be brute force, but to say that it's trial and error is just stupid. And PhD Tony again for $5 Australian says, we observe gravitational time dilation at the surface of Earth demonstrating curvature of space-time. Yeah, but space-time is just a concept, remember? Rachbot, member for 37 months, says maths is abstract. I'm sorry, please don't die. And then Siggy Sigweld gave me $50 and says it's always funny when Flerfs talk about researching things, because if they did, they wouldn't be Flerfs anymore. If anyone had honest questions about the shape of the Earth, 5 minutes of reading about it would be enough. Yeah, they can't read. That's the big problem. Siggy, thank you very much. That is amazing. Meanie Karen for 10, thank you, says, science induction, read proper, don't huff him. Yeah, they should just not huff anything. They seem to do a lot, far too much of that. Then we've got... All right, don't worry. We got Eddie Reese for $2. Dumb phrase of the day. Radar's based on GPS. Oh my god. I need to make a short out of that, right? Fucking hell. Jason for $5 says, why can't he measure with his eyes alone? Are his senses just not good enough that he needs to use a tool? Yeah. The fact that he thinks you can only measure with like a ruler or, you know, a tape measure or something. Nothing else counts as a measure. Fuck's sake. Sarah Jones for £2 says, wonder if he'll understand celestial navigation, if not radar. No, he didn't understand celestial navigation either. Syed Ahmed for $199 says, relying on a holy book for science is dumb. You've met flat earthers, right? PhD Tony, the only real person in the room, for $10 Australian says, the Qibla, used to determine the direction of Mecca along which Muslims pray towards Mecca, has been calculated using spherical trigonometry for over 1,000 years. That's fucking interesting. The Quran, therefore, proves the Earth's a globe. Huh. Siggy Sigwell for $10 says, I'm clipping the part of radars based in GPS because that, along with the pose and the introductory silence of comedic... I know. Throw the Dwarf of the Troll Mafia for $5 Australian says, I can't find this North Star from Australia that you keep talking about. Must be fake. Aye. Yeah, well, Australia's fake, so what are you talking about? You're all just in an island off the coast of Florida. Globe explained for €10, if you see a deer in the forest, it exists even though you don't know which dad and mum deer had love with each other and whether they had fun doing it, it is there. I reckon that they had fun. They would have had fun. Shovelhead Steve, brilliant name, for $2 says, God is not real. There's no evidence he is, that's for sure. Eddie Reese for $5 says, the United States is not a Christian nation. There is no official religion. Prove me wrong. Yeah, I found out the other day that also the United States is the only country that doesn't have an official language. Interesting. Interesting. Kenny Eaton for $1.99 says, let PhD Tony speak to him FTFE. I did, and it was worth it. Stringer News 1, $2 says, pics of your prophet or fake? No, we're not going to show pics of Muhammad on my channel. That's a bad idea. Connell Silverfur for $10 says, as a Christian, I find the abuse of my beliefs by Flerfs to be highly offensive. Next time a Flerf brings up the old law, ask if they've ever eaten shrimp. That's an abomination according to Exodus. Yeah, a lot of shit in the Bible is, you know, crazy. But, you know, in general, I don't have an issue with religious people. You know, Toon's a good friend of mine. I know a lot of Muslims, a lot of Christians. You know, if you want to be religious and have your personal belief, that's a personal thing. But it's when you start telling me that I'm evil because I don't believe what you believe, I have an issue. You know, and you guys wouldn't do that, especially someone like Connell Silverfur. You know, but he's right to be offended about the Flerf using what Christians do believe to back up his beliefs, because that's not what Christians believe. And I get why he's offended. String News 1 for $5 says, I would not bow down to a black box, he says, hunched over his computer. Well, we've all got our black boxes, right? Globe Explained, member for 14 months, says, eyes wide open with the Quran as blinders. And then Potato Spades for 200 Japanese yen says, I was wrong, even Witsit is not this dumb. It's pretty fucking dumb, though. Video coming soon. Dave Fair for $5 says, Ewo, have you ever spoken the days of the week or months, all named after gods? Heathen! Yeah. It's a dumb argument saying, oh, NASA named stuff after gods. Who fucking cares? Oh, goodness. There's so many. Meanie Karen for 6, thank you, says, Walid, child, Tony is your judgment day. You know what? When they were talking about, you know, is Tony God? Who knows? Maybe Tony is, right? Maybe in some science experiment in Tony's future, he creates a wormhole and a black hole, and it sends him back to the beginning of time, and the machine that he's made is what sparks the Big Bang. Who knows? There's no evidence that didn't happen. Tony could be God. All hail Tony. I want to hear in the chat, all hail Tony. All hail Tony. Come on. All hail Tony in the chat. I'll do it. All hail Tony. There we go. Puny God. All hail Tony. Globe Explained for €5 says, now he shows his true face. This... So, yes. Yeah. Not a good person. Oh, hell, Megatron. I mean, Tony. Come on, Will. Megatron got nothing on Tony. Stringer News 1 for $2 says, pistols at sunrise. The sun never rises because it never sets because the earth is flat. Q Continuum for $20. Thank you very much, my friend. Oh, €20 says, Beardy, proof me the existence of Allah without using your religion. I'll just pop down the shops and get him for you. Globe Explained, €5. No human being is worthless. He can still serve as a bad example. Brilliant. Ari for $5 says, I think I could hear Cracker Tony erupting outside from halfway across the world. The pressure waves are still going round. Mr. Loney, member for 1 month, says, welcome for the dirt. We came for the dirt. We stay for the FTFE. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Epic Ding for $10 says, to help you recover from tonight's show. I'm going to need a lot of recovering. Dr. Arsid Punch Drunk, member for 9 months, says, can't afford super chat, so I'm using this. Dude, don't worry. Again, you don't need to send money. You're a member, so you're already giving me money monthly. The fact that you are here supporting just by watching means the world to me, so thank you. Then we have Extreme Cocker for €2.49, €2.49 says, your NVIDIA eye contact AI is glitching. I'm not using it. Wait, is it on? Oh, shit, I didn't realize I actually still had that on. No, it is on, isn't it? Look, right. So, I am currently not looking at the camera. Right. I'm looking down here. I was testing this the other day. It's a new feature in NVIDIA, right? So I'm looking to the side. I could be reading the script. I'm not looking at the camera. But it uses AI to make me look at the camera. I'm not looking at the camera right now. Right? But it's doing it for me. I'm going to turn it off because it is a little bit creepy. It gives me real eyes, like through the glasses. It like forgot I had that on. Yeah, I was just testing it the other day, Heat Shield. I forgot that it was on. NA for $100 says, it's not flat. Get your head out of your ass. Thanks, FTFE. I enjoy what you do. From the bottom of my heart, thank you for your support. You know, I can never say thank you enough. I just you keep getting me super chats. I can't believe how much is coming. And we got Mr. Lonely for $2. PhD Tony is the bowling ball. Flerfs are the pins. Yes, yes they are. Why Kick a Moo Cow 855, member for 21 months, says keeping you alive by feeding you poison. Ari for $2 says, all hail Tony. Yes, all hail Tony. Oh my god, I can't believe I had that on the whole stream. It's going to look so weird looking back because you won't blink with it, I guess. Dave Fair $2 says, Craig, I'd give more, but Hustlers University is dollars. Dude, again, you don't need to give anything. The fact that you've given anything is beyond what I would expect. You know, I love you. Just being here, supporting me, it means the world. Folka Persia Pakashi, member for 20 months, says, yes, the Bible does not make sense. It's metaphorical. Even the original writers knew that. It was not supposed to be taken as fact for Venti's sake. Yeah, it's a bunch of poems, dudes. PhD Tony, $2 Australia, says, was the Big Bang me exploding at the first Flerf? Very possibly. Again, there's no evidence that it's not, right? So we cannot categorically say the Big Bang was not caused by Tony exploding at the first Flerf. We cannot categorically say that is not the case, which means that there is a non-zero chance that that is the case, that is how the universe began. All hail Tony, the great starter of the universe. G. Kirby, it started off relatively calm, but turned into a good dumpster. Design Song 1 for $5 says, thanks for the epic time. No, thank you. And then Dave Kircher for $5 says, CGI FTFE confirmed. Yes. Yes, I am CGI. 100%. I don't know what to say, guys. The support is insane. Right? It's absolutely insane. $6.66 from Telsa Bitten Radio. How about green Tony Hawk emoji? Tony definitely needs his own emoji. Connell Silverfur for $2. Can confirm Flat Earth God equals puny God. Puny God. Tomorrow, I'm going to release an episode of Debate Shorts by Glover Mum. I'm taking a bit of time to get my videos sorted because I've been ill and it's knocked everything off. But I've got one episode. I've got a remake of episode 1 in production. Then I've got a Dell episode in production. Then I got my first Witset episode in production. Then I've got my collaboration with Simon Dan in production, and I've got a special important one in production, as well as episode 75, which is a big collab with a bunch of people. So February hopefully should be a good month for me putting out videos. If you haven't seen the new video that was released the other day, Planner Walk stood in for me and did episode 73 of Flerfs for Idiots, and that video is performing extremely well, so do check it out. But everyone, thank you very much for your support. Thank you for the sharing of the stream. Thank you for being here. I think we may have smashed a few records tonight. You are amazing. Remember, stupidity is not a right. Fight the flat earth.
Fight the flat, 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 fight.
No board, you are awesome. Thank you.